Chapter 3949. Did I say that? Pei Buwen turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. No! The crowd shouted. Pei Buwen looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that." Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious?" This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a fourth-stage heaven opening master, and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Hai was right. Pei Buwen smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you." Yang Kai cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buwen looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. "Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. "I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buwen gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, "I swear on my own Dao seal." Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buwen grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. "Kid, fight 1 round and I'll give you 11 million heaven-opening pills immediately. Make an oath first." Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buwen said, "It's easy to swear, but I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven-opening pellet, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, "You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right?" Pei Buwen said, "Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you." "Swear it." Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven-opening. So confident? Pei Buwen was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance, he was a little nervous. "If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now." Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and stood up. Pei Buwen frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore, "I, Pei Buwen, swear on my own Dao seal as long as, what's your name?" The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buwen continued, "As long as Yang Kai can win 1 more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven-opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buwen, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao." Yang Kai said calmly from the side, "My opponent's cultivation." Pei Buwen bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. "That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid." Yang Kai nodded. "That's enough." This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time, he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven-opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent?" Call him out. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buwen laughed mischievously. Your opponent isn't here. How about this? You rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene. Yang Kai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buwen's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven opening pellets were too tempting. At this time, he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Yang Kai a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance, he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buwen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buwen pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. Brat, are you ready? Yang Kai stood up and said, Let's go. There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buwen's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand, Follow me. After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Yang Kai saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buwen with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person, she would definitely avoid him, but since Yang Kai had summoned her, she could only walk over and salute Pei Buwen. Greetings, shopkeeper Pei. Pei Buwen looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Yang Kai. Are you a woman? Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back? Luo Hai said, I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today. I don't have anything to do today. Yang Kai smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me. He turned to look at Pei Buwen and said, Is it okay to bring one more person? It's okay. Just follow me. Pei Buwen waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buwen wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Yang Kai tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buwen long ago. Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Yang Kai said. Pei Buwen nodded and said, Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule. Artifacts and pills cannot be used? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. Absolutely not. Pei Buwen's expression was dignified. Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't use them. He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the black dragon spear, the wish pouch, and the shadowless veil. Pei Buwen continued, In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Yang Kai asked curiously, "You can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here?" Pei Buwen laughed, "Only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise, you will lose." He turned to look at Yang Kai. "These are the two rules. Do you remember them clearly?" "I remember them clearly." Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, "Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Shura field?" Pei Buwen turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs. "That's right, the Shura field." Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Master, the Shura field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go." Pei Buwen laughed, "It's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go." Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled, "Don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Shura field?" He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buwen. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained, "Among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Shura Paradise. The people in the Shura Paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up an Shura field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Shura field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set." Chapter 3950. For instance, if you win the first match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. If you win the second match, you can obtain 100 heaven opening pills. If you win the third match, you can obtain 200 heaven opening pills, and so on until you reach the highest limit. Yang Kai nodded, "That's a bit interesting. Don't look at the 50 heaven opening pills you won in the first match. If you won 7 or 8 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain would be far greater. If you could win 9 or 10 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain could break through 10,000. The Azura arena is divided into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and mortal. Correspondingly, there are 3 Azura proclamations. The mortal proclamation is for those below half-step heaven opening, the earth proclamation is for those at half-step heaven opening, and the heaven proclamation is for those at the heaven opening realm. However, no matter which proclamation it is, those that can be ranked on the Azura proclamation are not to be trifled with. This arrangement was also reasonable. After all, for a cultivator, half-step heaven opening was a watershed. Once a cultivator condensed 5 different strengths in their body, their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. After reaching heaven opening, there would be a qualitative change. Thus, the Azura arena used half-step heaven opening as the boundary to divide the heaven, earth, and mortal proclamations. Since Pei Buwen said that his opponent wasn't at the half-step heaven opening realm, then his opponent this time should be a master on the mortal proclamation. I also heard that the purpose of the Azura arena was to temper the disciples of the Azura heaven. The people of the Azura heaven rely on fighting and fighting as their foundation. The more intense the battles they experience, the faster they grow. However, even though the Azura heaven is one of the 36 heavenly grottos, it is impossible for them to often have the opportunity to fight others. This Azura arena satisfies their needs. Pei Buwen turned his head and smiled. This little madam knows quite a bit. That's right, the existence of the Azura arena is a place for the disciples of the Azura heaven to cultivate. Everyone that enters the Azura arena is the cornerstone of their smelting trial. But, who told them to offer such generous conditions? Even on the mortal decree, as long as you win a single match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. As for the earth and heaven rankings, there are even more rewards. Naturally, there are as many as the clouds in the sky. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a shop. From the outside, this shop didn't look special, it was just that the front of the shop was a bit more spacious than the other shops. But before they could even get close, Kai Yang could already smell the stench of blood. Raising his head to look, he could see that above the shop, there was a plaque with the words, Azura Field, written on it. These 3 words were bright red, as if they were painted with fresh blood. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about it, but after looking at it for a while, you could see that these 3 words were actually dripping with blood, dripping down from the plaque. Yang Kai's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed and the plaque returned to its original state. The bloody scene from before had already vanished. Shopkeeper Pei has arrived. Please come in. A young servant warmly greeted him at the entrance. Pei Buwen was clearly a regular customer here. Pei Buwen calmly replied with a grunt of acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he led the group of people in. After entering the shop, Yang Kai discovered that there was a completely different world within. The main hall was incomparably spacious and there were many people gathered here. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars, there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buwen turned around and said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements." After he finished speaking, he led the 2 shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, "Master, do you really want to fight? The Azura Field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's something that has already been decided." Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, "Then Master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azura Field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the 3 pillars and asked, "Are those the heaven, earth, and mortal lists?" When he entered, he had already noticed these 3 pillars. It couldn't be helped. These 3 pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these 3 pillars were engraved with the words, Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Those are the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal lists." Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names, but more like code names or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these 3 lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top 3 were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the Earth lists suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azura Field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the Earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. In a corner of the hall, there was a passage. At this time, someone was walking out of the passage with a blood-soaked and lifeless body of a cultivator on his back. Blood dripped onto the floor, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Many people in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai knew that this dead guy should be the one who had just been removed from the Earth lists. Looking at the miserable state of his body, it was obvious that he had gone through an extremely difficult battle. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw Pei Buwen walking towards him. When he was near, he said, "Everything has been arranged. After half an hour, you will go on stage." Scratching his head, he said, "Now there is a problem." "What problem?" Xianxia asked. "What name will you use?" When Pei Buwen asked, he pointed to the 3 lists and said, "You can use an alias or your real name if you want. It's up to you." Xianxia said indifferently, "My real name is fine." Anyway, he was just here to fight. There was nothing shameful about it. There was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, he could use any name, but it was meaningless if he could not change his appearance. Pei Buwen nodded and took out a communication bead. He was probably contacting the people in the Azura field. After he was done, Luo Hai asked, "Shopkeeper Pei, who is Lord Yang's opponent?" Pei Buwen grinned and glanced at Xianxia. He pointed to the top of the ranking list of young masters and said, "The guy who is ranked 4th. Luo Hai's face immediately turned pale. "How is that possible? Lord Yang has never fought in the Azura field before. How can he be qualified to fight with that person?" After she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She quickly explained, "Master, there is a rule in the Azura field. You can only challenge opponents who are within 10 ranks of you. If you win, you can replace them." Pei Buwen grinned and said, "To an ordinary person, rules are naturally rules. To me, rules are meant to be broken." He had a look of indescribable power on his face. Xianxia turned his head and saw a golden name on the 4th place on the ranking list of young masters. Wuxia. Judging by the name, he was not someone to be trifled with. "Let's go. There is only 1 hour left. Take a good rest and adjust your condition." Pei Buwen called out and led the crowd to a corner of the hall. Not long after, they arrived at a private room. A maid came to serve them. The private room was very big. Directly opposite the private room was the huge Azura field. At this moment, 2 people were fighting endlessly. However, it was obvious that one side was at a disadvantage and would not be able to hold on for long. Around the Azura field, there were spectators who were watching the battle. They were shouting as the battle unfolded. Pei Buwen stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared down and said, "The terrain in the Azura field is ever-changing. You can decide with your opponent which terrain to choose. It can also be changed randomly. Do you have a choice? Ice and snow, hot desert, swamp, jungle, whatever you want." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "The Azura field itself is a secret treasure." Pei Buwen nodded. "Yes, the Azura field is a secret treasure." Xianxia said, "Do as you wish." Pei Buwen glanced at him and grinned. "I admire your confidence. Boy, fight well for me. If you win, then everything will be fine. But if you lose, then you might lose your life. I won't hide it from you, your opponent is a disciple of the Azura heaven." Xianxia frowned. "That you Luocha is from the Azura heaven? Are you afraid?" Pei Buwen stared deeply at him. Xianxia shook his head. "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill him. Don't worry." Pei Buwen raised his hand. He clearly knew what Lin Ming was worried about. "If you can kill him, then kill him. It's not like the people of the Azura heaven haven't died in the Azura field before. Normally, the Azura heaven wouldn't care about such a situation and they definitely wouldn't take revenge on you afterwards. Otherwise, who would come to the Azura field to play with them?" "That's good. In the Azura field, there is nothing you can do. You must not be soft-hearted." Pei Buwen warned with a dignified expression. Xianxia nodded. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This person was ranked 4th on the mortal decree and also came from the Azura heaven. He clearly wasn't a pushover. Although Xianxia was confident in himself, this was still a life-or-death battle. He naturally had to be in his best condition to welcome it. Time slowly passed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Xianxia remained motionless, his heart as calm as still water. Chapter 3951. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buwen's voice was heard, "Get ready." Xianxia opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. "Manager Pei, I'm here to bring someone into the arena." Pei Buwen nodded and waved his hand. "Go ahead." The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, "Please." "Lord Yang, be careful," Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buwen gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. "Manager, how much do you want to bet?" "All in," Pei Buwen said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. "Manager, please think twice. It took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart," Pei Buwen shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. "Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense." The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, "All in on Yang Kai. Do you want to bet on you, Luocha?" Pei Buwen was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, "In the future, I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round." Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in this star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura Arena to earn some money. In the Azura Arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buwen choose a candidate to fight in the Azura Arena? Previously, he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buwen a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end, where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura Arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura Arena. Someone was introducing Yu Luosha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Yu Luosha's battle record in the Azura Arena was 172 wins, 8 draws, and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azura Arena, 30% were crippled, and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura Arena became louder and louder. Then, the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura Arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see." "Step down." The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura Arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform, a figure stood quietly. Presumably, that was his opponent, Yu Luosha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Yuluosha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man, he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Yuluosha was very tall, with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. Her eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yuluosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then, the terrain rolled and squirmed, and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment, the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buwen that the terrain in the Azura arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield, and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty, and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking?" It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today. However, thinking about it, the Azura arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. When he said the first word, Yang Kai's figure floated back, and when the last word fell, he had already punched out. On the opposite side, Yuluosha raised her palm, but just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the arm she stretched out suddenly twisted, like a boneless snake, and wrapped around Yang Kai's fist, fiercely pressing her palm towards Yang Kai's chest. Although this change was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, it was not a big deal. Yang Kai did not dodge, and he grinned, strength surging wildly in his fist. In the next instant, the two of them were hit at the same time, and the two figures were sent flying. Yang Kai grunted, and the blood in his chest roiled. A wave of baleful aura rushed through his chest and into his meridians and flesh. Furrowing his brow, he hurriedly circulated his strength to dispel the impact. He gritted his teeth. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched just now, in truth, he had suffered a small loss. His fist that had landed on Yuluosha's shoulder hadn't done anything to her at all. The moment his fist touched her body, this woman's shoulder had trembled subtly a few times. He didn't know what mysterious power she had used, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had punched cotton. He had encountered the nemesis. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. His advantage lay in his strong physique and great strength. Among the cultivator at the same level, there was no one who could surpass him. Against an opponent like Yuluosha, it was very difficult for him to display his advantage. On the other side, Yuluosha's figure flipped through the air, but in mid-air she suddenly raised her hand, and a blood-red bow appeared in her hand. She gently twisted her fingers, and a blood-red arrow formed at her fingertips. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and with a clang, it shot out. The bow was not an artifact, and the arrow was also not an artifact. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure strength, so it did not violate the rules of the Azura field. With a few soft sounds, several blood-red arrows had sealed off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Yang Kai. So fast! Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the pitch-black moon blades met the blood-red arrows and collapsed. However, when the last arrow collapsed, Yuluosha's figure suddenly appeared in place, as if she could ignore the barriers of space and teleport. Her jade-white hand reached out towards Yang Kai's eyes, as if she was picking flowers and peaches. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine because this woman was trying to pluck out his eyes. Almost instinctively, he pushed his strength to protect himself, and at the same time, raised his head to the side. The jade-white hand that was reaching out was slightly obstructed, but it immediately transformed into a blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Although it was a white hand, it was not inferior to any sharp divine weapon. Even if Yang Kai had dragon transformation, if this palm struck him, he would likely be decapitated. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai grit his teeth and hurriedly used his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. As the palm descended, it did not feel like it had struck anything tangible. Yulusha's calm eyes finally flashed a strange light as the power in her palm surged, shattering the void around it. Yang Kai let out another muffled groan as his figure solidified, and with a tap of his feet, he quickly opened up some distance between him and his opponent. Yulusha didn't chase after him. She only calmly looked at him. After he stood still, she gently nodded and said, "You're not bad." Her tone was light, without a hint of ridicule, as if she were praising him from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azura heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 3952. Yulusha's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azura arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world, he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Fong Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Yulusha, his face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Yulusha's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azura field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Yulusha stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Yulusha shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's chi madly surged as she swept it towards Yang Kai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her, it would be crushed. The back of Yang Kai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Yulusha's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Yulusha's low and gentle voice sounded like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells. "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Yulusha opened her mouth and bit towards Yang Kai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life-or-death battle, So Yang Kai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Yu Luocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Yu Luocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yang Kai's neck, but under the strong pull, she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her emperor chi. Yang Kai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yang Kai finally had time to circulate his emperor chi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Yu Luocha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, from the beginning until now he had suffered quite a bit, Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time, the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Yu Luocha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Yu Luocha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Buin stood in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements Hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Buin suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Buin chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins. However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of Yu Luocha, it will be difficult for him to win." As soon as these words fell, Pei Buin suddenly raised his brow and grinned, "You're really something." In the Azura field, accompanied by an explosion, Yu Luocha was suddenly sent flying. While in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The two people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he looked extremely miserable, but Yu Luocha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. "It's a draw!" Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yu Luocha. "It's my turn." His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yu Luocha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yu Luocha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense baleful aura came from it. One step, one flower. Yu Luocha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yu Luocha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger and a crescent blade slashed towards Yu Luocha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yu Luocha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luocha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed. Every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yu Luocha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yu Luocha formed a seal. Blood chi surged from her exquisite body and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yu Luocha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yu Luocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yu Luocha changed her hand's seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire Azura field. In an instant, Yang Kai was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yu Luocha had disappeared. Yang Kai used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yu Luocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck out, his emperor chi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Luocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Yang Kai. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yang Kai had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yu Luocha's body. The next moment, Yang Kai frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yu Luocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yu Luocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yu Luocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yu Luocha's true body. Chapter 3953. The spectators in the stands around the Azura field could no longer see what was going on. The entire Azura field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yu Luocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the Azura arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buan stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his fourth-grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Kai couldn't even find where Yu Luocha's real body was, so how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yu Luocha's whereabouts first, but did he have the eyesight to do so? In the Azura field, Yang Kai was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, This was the Azura field, and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yu Luocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Yang Kai was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him and the murderous intent to fill the air. Yang Kai remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yu Luocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Yu Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. Is it fun to hide here and there? As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yu Luocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. If Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal in the early days, he might not have possessed such power, but Yang Kai had witnessed countless battles between the flowing time great emperor and Mo Sheng in the ancient battlefield and had absorbed the essence of both of them, evolving his own martial Dao true meaning. He dared not say anything else, but this flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was not much worse than the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal in the past. "You're finished." Yang Kai grinned at her, and as soon as his words fell, a pure white lotus flower flashed from his demon eye of annihilation. Blossoming lotus. Yu Luocha's expression froze, her spiritual energies defenses like paper. A massive lotus flower appeared in her field of vision, its petals blossoming, rapidly draining away her spiritual energy. Although Yu Luocha had also condensed her own Dao seal, she was still within the scope of the Emperor realm. In terms of spiritual energy, how could she compare to Yang Kai? Not to mention the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Even the nourishment he had obtained after consummating with Yu Ruming had caused his spiritual energy to soar by a large margin. Although his spiritual energy was not yet at the opening heaven boundary, it was still at the half-step opening heaven boundary. With a splitting headache, Yu Luocha screamed and instinctively urged her spiritual energy to resist. Unexpectedly, the more she urged her spiritual energy, the faster the pure white lotus bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the entire lotus flower had bloomed, white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, a magnificent sight to behold. But this was not the end. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation flashed again and his spiritual energy suddenly changed. Furious Lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique used the enemy's spiritual energy as nourishment to blossom pure white lotuses, but the Furious Lotus secret technique was the complete opposite. The blooming lotus closed up and enveloped one's spiritual energy, sealing off their spiritual energy and body, severing the connection between them. It could be said that once one was struck by the furious lotus secret technique, they would become a mindless walking corpse before they could resolve this secret technique. The blooming lotus quickly closed up, enveloping Yu Luocha's spiritual energy. If she was in her peak condition, Yu Luocha might have been able to break free from the shackles of this secret technique, but after being struck by the blossoming lotus secret technique, her spiritual energy had been greatly damaged, so how could she do it now? Her body and mind dimmed, as if she had been exiled into a world of endless darkness, constantly falling down without end. The boundless sea of flowers collapsed, and the scene of the Azura field was imprinted in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai and Yu Luosha stood motionless not far from each other in the middle of the desert. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buin turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and her body tensed up. Pei Buin grinned and spat out 2 words, "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, he won." He raised his arms high in excitement, as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts, but he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buin was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luosha's forehead. Yu Luosha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the furious lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luosha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands, there was an uproar. Yu Luosha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luosha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luosha, and at this time, they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field, the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared, and the 2 tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the Azura field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then, she picked up Yu Luosha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buin's private room. "Lord Yang." A few of the 100 Refinements Hall's staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm, and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned. "Where's your manager?" There was no trace of Pei Buin in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said, "Manager Pei went to ask for money." "What money?" Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, "Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins." Yang Kai laughed. "He has so much confidence in me? How much did he bet on me?" Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall staff, and one of them smiled apologetically. "Not much, not much." "How much is not much?" Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. 1 million? The staff shook his head. 10 million? Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buin was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed and he frowned. "What are my odds?" The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't want to answer, but this matter couldn't be concealed anyway. Yang Kai only needed to casually go outside and look around to find out, so he quickly replied, 1 to 4. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. Manager Pei is rich. The odds were 1 to 4, so 10 million was a profit of 40 million. Damn. No wonder that guy was so generous, saying that if he won, not only would he give him 10 million, but he would also personally compensate him 1 million. Compared to the 40 million, what was 1 million? Now it seemed that he had already calculated it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a toothache. He had fought so hard on the stage to the death, but in the end, it was others who benefited. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change what he had said before. Lord Yang, Manager Pei, said that he might need a while, so he asked us to go back to the 100 Refinements Hall and wait for him. He said you can rest assured that he will definitely give you the 11 million. Yang Kai snorted. He dares not to give it to me. Chapter 3954. After waiting for less than an hour in the main hall of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buen's laughter came from outside. Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Previously, he called Yang Kai a brat. Now that he had won a lot of money, he called Pei Buen his brother. Before Pei Buen could finish his sentence, he strode in and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. He went straight to Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're really my lucky star. Yang Kai snorted. I think you're my savior. He had to hand it to Pei Buen. Until now, he still couldn't figure out where Pei Buen got the courage to bet 10 million on him. What if he lost? There's no difference. Pei Buen waved his hand and looked down at Yang Kai's teacup. He frowned. Come on, change the tea for me. Serve me the best tea. Cut the crap, pay up first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Yang Kai was too lazy to interact with such a hooligan. It was more important to settle the account and leave quickly. Don't worry, this king has already prepared everything for you. Saying so, he sat down and pushed a space ring across the table towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai picked up the ring and scanned it with his divine sense to count the money. Pei Buen looked at him with a smile. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. You defeated Yu Luosha so easily. Are you interested in fighting a few more rounds? Yang Kai was multitasking. He continued to count the money while glancing at Pei Buen. Pei Buen said, Yu Luosha is only 4th on the human list. Although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the other 3. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to fight with them. If you win, you'll earn a lot of money. Yang Kai raised the space ring on his hand and shook it. I have money, I'm not fighting. Pei Buen laughed. What kind of money is this? 10 million of it is a tribute, not yours. It's only 1 million. How about this? If you listen to me, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her. He stood up and said, This matter is over. Farewell, shopkeeper Pei. He then led Luo Hai out of the room. Don't go yet. Everything can be discussed. 30% is fine too. Pei Buen quickly stood up and persuaded. 40%. Seeing that Yang Kai did not show any signs of stopping, Pei Buen quickly increased the price. 40% at most. I also have to bear the risk of losing money. You can't expect me to give you a 50-50 split, right? Any higher and that would be too much. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and soon disappeared. This brat. Pei Buen smacked his lips. If it was someone else, he might have to resort to threats and promises to stay. This brat was simply a money tree. As long as he operated it well, wouldn't it be easy to earn money from the Azura field? However, this brat was a member of the First Inn, so he couldn't force him. Since he didn't want to fight, Pei Buen really didn't have any good ideas. Watching Yang Kai leave, Pei Buen felt a little regret in his heart, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of winning money. He sat down and counted his gains. He bet 10 million and won 40 million, which was a total of 50 million heaven-opening pills. He gave Yang Kai 11 million, so he still had nearly 40 million. Not only was it enough to settle the debt, but he also had a large surplus. The haze that had been plaguing him for many days disappeared, and he felt very happy. Leading Luo Hai out of the 100 Refinements Hall, Yang Kai handed her a ring. Luo Hai looked up at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is for you." Luo Hai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She whispered, "That's too much, master." When Yang Kai bought the Scroll of the Universe, she had given Yang Kai less than 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Now, after only a day, Yang Kai had actually returned her 30,000. This was indeed a lot for Luo Hai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Take the extra as your reward." "That's still too much." Luo Hai shook her head. "I can't accept it, master. My reward is not enough for this much. Please take it back, master." Saying so, she handed the ring back to him. Yang Kai stared at her and saw her determined and serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh and didn't force her. "All right, deduct the amount you gave me and give the rest to me." Luo Hai nodded and busied herself for a while before returning the extra heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai casually took it and saw that it was still early, so he said, "Come with me to a few more places." "All right, I have nothing to do when I go back anyway." "Master, you can go whenever you want." Yesterday, the 100 Refinements Hall couldn't continue with the debt collection, so there were still many shops left. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to finish. In the following shops, he didn't encounter people like Pei Buan. He handed over a greeting card, stated his purpose for coming, and showed the lady boss's token. The shopkeepers all received him politely. Like before, he agreed on a 1-month deadline. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yesterday, he didn't have any money on him and didn't want to go back to the inn, so he stayed at Luo Hai's place for the night. Today, he had only earned 11 million. Yang Kai wanted to go back and report the good news to the lady boss, so he let Luo Hai go back first. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yang Kai slowly walked to the first store. Not long after, he returned to the inn. The first store was still overcrowded. Several servants were running around and the accountant was standing behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus. "The inn is full. Please find another place." The accountant noticed that someone was coming and said without raising his head. Yang Kai knocked on the table. "Where's the lady boss?" The accountant raised his head. "It's you. I thought you were a guest." He pointed to the backyard and said, "She's in the room." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you go ahead with your business." He went straight to the backyard. The accountant raised his head and looked at his back. He shrank his neck and said in a low voice, "There's a way to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell. Why bother?" Walking to the backyard, Yang Kai saw a person standing up, squatting, and standing up again at the corner of the yard. He seemed to be carrying something on his shoulder. Yang Kai was surprised. He walked over and found that this person was Lao Bai. They looked at each other. Lao Bai grinned at him and said, "You're back." Yang Kai nodded and looked at him curiously. "What are you doing?" Nothing. Lao Bai got up with difficulty. He was almost out of breath when he spoke. It could be seen that the thing on his shoulder was not light. "I'm cultivating." "Cultivating here?" Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he wanted to cultivate, he should find a suitable place. Why did he come to the lady boss's yard to cultivate? "Yang Kai, you're back?" In the room with flickering candlelight, the lady boss's cold voice came. "I'm back, lady boss." Yang Kai shouted. He glanced at Bai Qi, shook his head and ignored him. He went to the door and knocked. "Come in." Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. Before he could report the good news to the lady boss, he saw a white shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the white shadow was ridiculously fast. It grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. Then the door slammed shut. Yang Kai was very nervous. He thought that someone was going to attack him. But when he looked carefully, he found that it was the lady boss standing in front of him. It made sense. This was the lady boss's house. Who else could it be but her? At this moment, the lady boss's beautiful eyes were cold, and she looked at him coldly. Yang Kai stared at her and said, What's wrong? Who provoked this crazy woman again? Why was she looking at him as if she wanted to eat him alive? You still have the face to ask? The lady boss sneered. She reached out and grabbed something in the air. It looked like a feather duster, and she hit it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai jumped in fright and raised his hand to block, but with the lady boss's cultivation and his own, there was no way he could block it. In the blink of an eye, the feather duster struck his head. Yang Kai was in so much pain that his eyes turned red. He covered his head with both hands and shouted, "What are you doing? I'm hitting you. Can't you see?" While speaking, the feather duster stabbed Yang Kai in the stomach. "Who asked you that?" "I asked you why you hit me." Yang Kai wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. His stomach turned and he arched his back. The feather duster fell again and hit Yang Kai on the shoulder. Kai Yang jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His body flew backwards, wanting to escape through the door, but the lady boss only stretched out her hand and pulled him back. Damn, the difference in strength is too big. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Kai was full of shame and anger. He had never been beaten like this before. Most importantly, he didn't know why he was beaten like this. After being hit a few more times, Yang Kai was in so much pain that anger rose in his heart. He shouted, "Crazy woman, try and hit me again." Crazy woman? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. The feather duster turned into a boundless shadow and aimed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was suddenly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. No matter what, he had to figure out the problem first. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. Let's talk nicely. I'm a crazy woman. What's there to talk about? Crazy woman, do what you want to do." She hit him a few more times. Yang Kai was speechless. He lowered his body and shrank in the corner, using his hands to protect his head. Seeing him like this, the lady boss stopped. Yang Kai slowly raised his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. His eyes were full of vigilance. The lady boss looked down at him, the coldness on her face freezing his heart. "Speak, where did you go last night? Why didn't you return last night?" Yang Kai said with grief and indignation, "You hit me because of this?" He slowly got up. The lady boss waved the feather duster and Yang Kai shrank back. He secretly swore in his heart, "Don't let me cultivate to the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, I'll get my revenge 10 times, 100 times. I asked you a question, so answer obediently. Stop being so long-winded." Yang Kai snorted, "I spent the night at a friend's house last night." "Friend?" The lady boss sneered, "You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care?" Yang Kai really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say, "Female." As soon as he said this, the feather duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days and you've already spent the night at someone's house." Chapter 3955. At such a young age? Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "I'm already 100 or 200 years old, but I'm being called young?" However, the lady boss had lived longer, so she was qualified to say that. "The point is, you can just say it, but what does she mean by hitting me?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I won't be polite to you." The lady boss stopped and looked at him calmly. She said with a faint smile, "Why won't you be polite?" Yang Kai stammered for a while, but he couldn't say anything. It was mainly because he couldn't beat this woman. Otherwise, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Only this time, no next time. If you dare to stay out all night again, you can try. The lady boss suddenly snorted and put away the feather duster. Seeing this, Yang Kai slowly got up, twisted his body, and said angrily, "You're really ruthless. It hurt so much." The point was that this woman controlled her strength very well. It only made him feel the pain in his heart, but it didn't leave any injuries. "If there's a next time, I'll let you see something even more ruthless." The lady boss sneered. Come with me. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, but he had to follow her. Not long after, he was led out by the lady boss. They came to the yard and walked to Bai Qi. Lao Bai smiled shyly. Lady boss, shut up. The lady boss glared at him, and Bai Qi immediately stopped talking. Stand still. The lady boss looked at Yang Kai again and pointed to Bai Qi's side. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He vaguely understood what the lady boss was going to do. He also understood why Lao Bai didn't sleep at night and squatted in the yard. Lady boss, is it necessary? Yang Kai looked at the lady boss from the corner of his eyes. The lady boss laughed and raised her hand. The feather duster appeared in her hand. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and nodded. Okay, you'll regret it. After that, he came to Lao Bai's side and stood still. Stop talking nonsense. The lady boss snorted. She reached out and grabbed a round piece of wood out of nowhere and placed it on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body was instantly pressed down. This piece of wood didn't look like much. It was round and no more than 3 feet, but it weighed at least 50,000 kilograms. No wonder Lao Bai was panting while carrying it. This piece of wood was obviously a rare refining material. The next time you dare to stay out all night, it won't be as simple as standing here. I guarantee that I'll throw you out onto the streets. The lady boss snorted, flicked her sleeves, and walked into the house. Lao Bai nodded and bowed behind her. Lady boss, rest early. With a bang, the door slammed shut. The lady boss completely ignored him. In the courtyard, a cool breeze blew. The two brothers each carried a log and looked at each other foolishly. This is too much of a bully. White suddenly said, Isn't it just 2 nights away? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Although the current situation was a little embarrassing, at least no one else knew about it. He could just treat it as training. He originally wanted to collect the 10 million yuan debt and tell the lady boss the good news, but now he didn't want to. Lao Bai chattered on the side and was indignant. Finally, he angered the lady boss. She slapped him across the air and he fell to the ground. When he stood up again, he was much more obedient. After midnight, most of the customers in the shop had left. The accountant, the cook, and the other servants had nothing to do. They all ran to the backyard to watch. Yang Kai and Lao Bai were almost angered to death. When dawn came, Yang Kai said, Lady boss, we should go out and collect the debt. Get lost. The lady boss's voice came from the house. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other. They quickly put the log on the ground and ran out of sight. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai and Lao Bai were much more obedient in the next few days. They came back at night and went out again in the morning to collect the debt. After a few days, most of the people who were supposed to run had run. All that was left was to wait for a month. Luo Hai paid the money, and Yang Kai specially treated her to a meal as a thank you. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to bring Luo Hai into the first inn. The business of the first inn was good now. The shop's staff were too busy. It would be less pressure to have one more helper. If Luo Hai could enter the first inn, it would be a good thing for her. Not to mention whether the pay would be higher than if she was a guide, at least she would have something to look forward to in the future. After all, it was the first inn. Even if it was just a servant, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. However, Yang Kai felt that he did not have any right to speak in the first inn. The lady boss had been picking at him recently. She did not like him no matter where he went. At this time, it would be counterproductive. Yang Kai decided to wait for some time. After he got all the debt back, he would take the opportunity to mention it. It would be best if the lady boss agreed, but he would not lose anything even if she did not. He did not tell Luo Hai about this. It would not be too late to tell her when it was confirmed. He thought that she would not refuse such good intentions. The next few days passed peacefully. During the day, he would run errands in the first inn. At night, when most of the customers had left, he would have time to cultivate. During this time, the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan, came a few times. After paying a visit to the lady boss, he went straight to Yang Kai. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted to rope him into the Azura field to earn money again. Yang Kai was naturally not interested. Although he had defeated Yu Luosha last time, he had also exposed the existence of the demon eye of annihilation. If the people of the 10,000 Devil Realm were to find out, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. Moreover, Yang Kai was not short of money now. He had not spent the 1 million he had last time. What he wanted was not something that could be bought with money. A 7th grade heaven opening talent was not something that could be measured by the heaven opening pill. He was not in a hurry to repay the 16 million he owed the lady boss. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the Azura field. Time flew by, and the 1-month deadline was up. Yang Kai went out leisurely. Following the route he had taken a month ago, he went door to door to ask for money. It could be said that it went smoothly. Those second-class forces could not afford to provoke the first in. They sent a message to the headquarters to ask about the situation, and confirmed that the destruction of the first in was indeed caused by their own experts. Most of them readily paid the 10 million debt. After running around for 6 or 7 days, of the 19 shops, 13 had paid. It was not that the remaining 6 did not pay, but 10 million was not a small amount, so they needed some time to prepare. Yang Kai was not an unreasonable person, so he readily agreed. He gave the repayment deadline and agreed to come back when the time was right. A few days later, Yang Kai had just received 10 million from a shop. Walking on the street, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Bai Qi waving at him from the 2nd floor of a restaurant. This was really a coincidence. Star City was not very big, but it was not small either. Yang Kai had been running around for so many days, but this was the first time he had met Lao Bai. Without saying anything, he went upstairs. He saw Lao Bai sitting at a table by the window, drinking by himself. Yang Kai sat opposite him and asked the waiter to bring them a set of cutlery. The two drank happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lao Bai said, "How's the situation on your side?" Yang Kai picked up some food and said casually, "There are still 2 shops left. They have already agreed on the time to get the money. What about you?" Lao Bai smacked his lips and said, "Basically, there is no problem. There is only one shop that is a little difficult." "Which one?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since they were going to ask for money, they must have sent a visit. There was actually someone who dared to not give the money to the first in? He could not help but be curious. Lao Bai said, "Fengyun Auction House." Yang Kai frowned. Fengyun Blessed Land's property? Although he was very familiar with the forces outside the universe, he at least knew about the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Lands. This Fengyun Auction House was Fengyun Blessed Land's property. Lao Bai nodded. "What did they say?" Yang Kai asked. Lao Bai snorted, "They have no money. If they want money, ask the lady boss to go there personally." "They said that?" Yang Kai was stunned. It was not that he had not been to the properties under Fengyun Blessed Land. Although those shopkeepers were not fawning over him, they were still very polite. What was wrong with this Fengyun auction house? They did not give him any face at all. Lao Bai was vexed by this matter for a while. He could not tell others, but Yang Kai was in front of him, so he immediately poured out his grievances. "What do you think we should do? We can't really ask the lady boss to do it. That would make me look incompetent. But they clearly did not want to pay, and I can't report to the lady boss." "Did you talk to them properly?" Yang Kai looked at him. Lao Bai said, "Why not? The first 2 times I went, I could still talk to them. But after that, they did not let me in at all. They are quite bold." Yang Kai sneered. No matter what, he was now a member of the first in, so he naturally had a common enemy. Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "Yang Kai, why don't you go there for me? You look unfamiliar, so they will not stop you." Yang Kai frowned. "It might not work even if I go." He and Lao Bai were both workers of the first in. If Lao Bai could not help, what was the use of him going? "We'll see if it works. If it really doesn't work, then we can only go back and report to the lady boss." Seeing that Yang Kai was still hesitating, Bai Qi struck while the iron was hot. "Didn't the lady boss say that you can take half of the money to pay off the debt? The Fengyun auction house will be on you. Just give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not refuse anymore. He immediately nodded and said, Then let's go and give it a try. Bai Qi was overjoyed and quickly poured wine for him. You're very kind. Here's to you. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two brothers went on their way together. The Fengyun auction house was a big shop. It was located in the center of Star City, and its location was excellent. When Bai Qi led Yang Kai to the Fengyun auction house, the two of them looked forward in surprise. They saw that the entrance of the Fengyun auction house was crowded with people. The workers of the auction house were enthusiastically welcoming some famous guests into the auction house. There was also a well-dressed elderly man at the door who kept cupping his hands. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned. Bai Qi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, It seems that they have an auction today. Yes, they do have an auction today. No wonder there are so many people. Chapter 3956. An auction. Yang Kai's interest was piqued. He had attended many auctions in the past, but this was his first time encountering one outside of Universe Palace. He didn't know what good things would be auctioned, so he was naturally interested. But then again, auctions were usually a competition of wealth. Although he had 1 million gold coins now, he might not be able to buy anything good, not to mention he had an important matter to attend to. That is the manager of the Fengyun auction house, Yun Zhenhua. Lao Bai pointed at the old man who was standing at the entrance and cupping his hands. Since he was here to collect debts, he must have met the manager before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, the first 2 times he came, Yun Zhenhua still showed up, but the second time he came, the old man completely ignored him, which made Bai Qi a little angry. Let's go and meet him. Yang Kai called out and walked towards Yun Zhenhua with Lao Bai. At the entrance of the auction house, Yun Zhenhua was smiling from ear to ear. Although he was from Fengyun Blessed Land and was arranged to oversee the auction house, many of the people who came to participate in the auction this time were famous figures, and their cultivation and status were not inferior to him. Naturally, he had to stand here and welcome them personally, otherwise, it would seem insincere. Just as he was asking an assistant to bring an old friend into the hall, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded in his ears. The first in, Yang Kai, greets manager Yun. Yun Zhenhua frowned and looked back, glancing at Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Why are you here again? Bai Qi cupped his hands and said, Please forgive me, Manager Yun, this little one is just following orders. If Manager Yun doesn't cooperate, this little one will not be able to report back. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Manager Yun, can we have a chat inside? Yun Zhenhua's face was a little cold. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to these two brats, but today was an important day for the auction house, and it was not good to cause trouble in front of the entrance, so he nodded and said, You two go in and wait for me, this old man will come soon. After saying that, he called over an assistant and led Yang Kai and Bai Qi into the auction house. After entering a side hall, the waiter left. Bai Qi and Yang Kai sat across a table from each other. Lao Bai secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. Did you feel it? Shopkeeper Yun doesn't seem to have any intention of returning the money. Yang Kai frowned and said, Did you make things clear to them? Bai Qi said, How could I not make it clear? I said it the first time I came, but he completely ignored me. What can I do? Yang Kai nodded. Indeed, from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, he could tell that the Fengyun auction house's account wasn't going to be easy. But since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. The two of them waited for more than an hour, but there was no sign of Yun Zhenhua. What was worse was that there wasn't even a cup of tea. Yang Kai's face also darkened. Although he and Old White's cultivation weren't high and they weren't famous, they were still the representatives of the first in. Judging from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't put the first in his eyes. Where did this old man come from? Why was he so arrogant? Not to mention anything else, the first Juda origin that Yang Kai went to collect the debt was also a property of the 9 Stars Blessed Land. The shopkeeper, Gong Sun Hong, had already paid 10 million in debt. In comparison, Yun Zhenhua was extremely arrogant. If Yang Kai didn't know his background, he would have thought that the first in belonged to some blessed land. After another 10 minutes, Yun Zhenhua suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quickly stood up. Without giving the two of them a chance to speak, Yun Zhenhua said, "This old man doesn't know the truth of the First In's destruction, nor do I know whether the experts of the First In were involved. If you want to ask for compensation, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Today, my Feng Yun auction house has a very important auction. This old man has something important to do, so please excuse me. See you out." After saying that, he turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Just as he finished speaking, two men in tight robes pushed the door open and entered, staring coldly at Yang Kai and Bai Qi. These two men had powerful auras around them, and world force fluctuated. They were clearly heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Shopkeeper Yun, Shopkeeper Yun!" Bai Qi shouted and was about to chase after them, but before he reached the door, he was slapped on the shoulder by one of the men, and he was immediately immobilized. Under the pressure of the other party, Bai Qi slowly squatted down and faintly looked like he was about to kneel down. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he immediately threw a punch. The other man came over and gently raised his hand, stopping his fist, and grinned, "You dare to fight in the Feng Yun auction house? You're courting death." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Try it if you dare. The people of the First In aren't cowards." He had only come to collect a debt and hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Yang Kai was furious. Bringing out the name of the First In finally made the two of them fearful. The man who was suppressing Lao Bai slowly let go, saving Lao Bai from the fate of being embarrassed. "Please, the two of you." One of the heaven-opening realm cultivators gestured with his hand. Lao Bai rubbed his shoulder and gritted his teeth as he glared at the man who had almost made him kneel down. His eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, "Second stage heaven-opening realm, very good. I'll remember this. When I advance to heaven-opening realm, the first thing I'll do is make you kneel in front of me and call me father." So much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The man sneered, not afraid at all. Heaven-opening realm was not so easy to advance. Even if the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements was completely condensed, if one wanted to split open the world in their body, they had to bear a huge risk. If they were careless, their body would explode, and there was no other outcome. Moreover, the higher the grade of heaven-opening realm, the greater the risk. As such, for a cultivator, it was not that the better the quality of the energy they condensed, the brighter their future would be. Instead, they had to act according to their ability. If you felt that you could only reach the 4th stage of heaven-opening realm, then it was best to condense 4th stage materials. Forcefully condensing 5th or 6th stage materials would not bring you any benefits in the future. The other party's fist was bigger, and they were in his territory. Although Yang Kai and Bai Qi were extremely furious, they could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Under the escort of the two heaven-opening realm cultivators, the two of them were thrown out from the back door. Standing on the busy street, Bai Qi's anger soared to the heavens, "Let's go back and find the lady boss." Yun Zhenhua's attitude was too obvious. This matter was already not something that the two of them could resolve, unless the lady boss personally came. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the First Inn. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Yang Kai was not following, so he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take this lying down?" Kai Yang glanced at him. "I can't bear it, so I'm going to find the lady boss." Previously, he did not want to alarm the lady boss because he did not want to appear too incompetent. However, he had no choice but to do so now. "There's no need to find the lady boss." Yang Kai's eyes turned a few times, and he looked up at the Feng Yun auction house thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Bai Qi walked back. If Yang Kai could find a way to collect the debt without alarming the lady boss, it would naturally be for the best. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Bai Qi leaned over, and Yang Kai whispered in his ear. After a moment, Bai Qi looked at him in disbelief. "Isn't this too vicious? If we really do this, the Feng Yun auction house's reputation will be ruined." Yang Kai sneered, soft-hearted. "We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he ignores us, We can't avoid using some underhanded means. Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. But we don't have the money. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. Yang Kai raised his head and looked around. Let's not think about other things first. At the very least, we have to find a way to enter this auction house. He had just been thrown out from the back door, and he was afraid that he would not be able to enter at this time. If he could not even enter the main door, then there was no need to think about what would happen next. If he was alone, it would be easy. In the past month, Yang Kai had been refining the 7 faces every night. Now that he was almost done, he could use them. As long as he took out the 7 faces, he would be able to transform into another person's appearance. Naturally, he could enter the venue without anyone noticing. However, it would not be possible to bring Bai Qi along. Just as he was considering whether to act alone, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Not far from the other side of the street, a group of people on horses galloped over. The leader was a big man with a fierce expression. It was the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Bu Wan. Pei Bu Wan had been living quite comfortably recently. With Yang Kai's help, he had earned 40 million opening heaven pills, paid off his debts, and settled the store's accounts. Headquarters had sent people to check the accounts, but they did not find anything wrong. Instead, they praised him, saying that he was good at business and that he had to work harder in the future to make more contributions to headquarters. Just as he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He immediately grinned. "Young boy." "Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Long time no see, you still look as good as before." Although this hooligan had gone to the First Inn to find him and asked him to go to the Azura field to fight again, Yang Kai had refused. After a few times, Pei Bu Wan did not show up again. Yang Kai did not expect to meet him here today. Thank you, thank you." Pei Bu Wan patted his stomach and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, I have something I need your help with. I wonder if Shopkeeper Pei." Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish speaking, this guy waved his hand heroically. "What do you need?" "This king will help you if he can." Yang Kai looked around and whispered, "Shopkeeper Pei, please follow me." Pei Bu Wan showed a suspicious expression. Seeing him sneaking around like he was up to no good, he could not help but be curious. He immediately led a group of people and followed. Walking into a small alley, Pei Bu Wan ordered his subordinates to guard the entrance. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, "What's the matter? Why are you being so secretive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Let me ask, is Shopkeeper Pei here to participate in the Fengyun auction? If not, then there was no need to say anything. If there was, then he could use this opportunity to sneak in." Chapter 3957. That's right. I am here to participate in the auction. Pei Buin nodded slowly. It was true. Yang Kai was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask Shopkeeper Pei for a favor." Pei Buin chuckled and said, "Go ahead." "Shopkeeper Pei, please bring us 2 brothers into the auction house." When Pei Buin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "This auction house isn't a forbidden area. If you want to enter, then just go in. There are 2 entrances over there. One is for those who have an invitation, those who have a reputation in Star City. The other one is for those who don't have an invitation. As long as you show your wealth, then the auction house will naturally let you in. Didn't you make a lot of money last time? You are fully qualified to enter." Yang Kai had seen this situation before. The auction house did have 2 entrances for those with invitations and those without. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. If they swaggered in, they would definitely be refused entry. If they followed Pei Buin, they still had some hope of sneaking in. Pei Bu Wan also reacted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Did you get into some kind of trouble?" Yang Kai said innocently, "Us 2 brothers are honest people. How could we get into trouble? Shopkeeper Pei, you worry too much." He had no credibility at all. Just now, he had promised that he would help if he could, but he did not immediately agree. Pei Buin had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai could only say, "How about this, shopkeeper Pei? Haven't you been asking me to go to the Shura arena to fight again? If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Shura arena again." It would have been better if Pei Buin did not mention the Shura arena. Once it was mentioned, Pei Buin's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no." What was going on? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Didn't this guy look for him a few times and try to persuade him to go to the Shura arena? Why was he avoiding him like a snake when he took the initiative to mention it today? Yang Kai thought that he had lost miserably at the Azura arena, but he did not know that the lady boss had warned Pei Buin. This fellow had gone to the inn to look for Yang Kai several times. The lady boss naturally noticed this and found an opportunity to chat with Pei Buin. Only then did she know that he had brought Yang Kai to the Azura field. She was immediately furious and almost broke Pei Buin's arm. She gave him a fierce warning. If she knew that Yang Kai had been brought to the Azura field again, she would immediately flip the 100 Refinements Hall upside down. If that was not the case, why would Pei Buin give up on the path of making money? It was not to the extent that he did not look for Yang Kai recently. Frowning, Pei Buin pointed at the two men who came with him. "You two take off your clothes?" Although he didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to sneak into the auction house with him, it definitely wasn't anything good. So, after giving his instructions, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "You two can sneak in with me, but once we're inside, we'll part ways." "No problem, thank you, shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai and Bai Qi looked at each other and grinned. Not long after, the two changed their clothes and blended into the crowd. They followed behind Pei Buin and slowly walked toward the auction house. At the door, there was no trace of Yun Zhenhua. The auction was about to begin and he was probably busy with other things. This made Yang Kai and Bai Qi feel slightly relieved. If Yun Zhenhua was still here to greet the guests, they would definitely not be able to enter. Now that Yun Zhenhua was not here, there was still some hope of sneaking in. When they came to the door and handed over the invitation, the person in charge of greeting the guests immediately extended his hand to invite them in. Pei Buin took the lead and walked into the auction house with majestic steps. Yang Kai and Bai Qi lowered their heads and blended into the crowd. When they entered the auction house, Yang Kai thanked the person in a low voice and then walked in another direction with Bai Qi. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall. Looking around, they could see that the huge hall was packed with people. Rows of chairs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The entire auction hall could accommodate at least 300 to 400 people and still have room to spare. On the second floor around the hall, there were also private rooms separated from each other. The chairs in the hall were for individual guests. Those private rooms should be for people like Pei Buin, who had some status and position in Star City. At this moment, more than half of the seats in the hall had been taken. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quietly observed for a while and found that the individual guests who came in were sitting casually. They did not pay attention to anything. Immediately, they found a common seat in the back row and sat down. The guests were still entering the hall. There was still some time before the auction. Bai Qi was a little uneasy. "Yang Kai, let's forget it. We are just here to watch the fun. Don't make trouble." Yang Kai squinted at him. "Do you really want to invite the lady boss?" Bai Qi said, "That can't be helped. If we really make trouble here, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending." Yang Kai smiled. "As long as they have the guts." Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, "If we follow your plan, there is still a problem." What if they want to settle the bill on the spot?" Yang Kai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If it was really like this, then his plan would not work. But it might not be so. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then we will act according to the circumstances. If there is a chance, we will make a big scene. If there is no chance, we will just watch the fun casually. Everything depends on God's will." Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, it's settled. But I think it's better for us to sit separately so as not to attract too much attention." He looked around and pointed in a direction. "I'll go over there. You sit here." After saying this, he got up and walked over. Yang Kai did not stop him. He looked around and found that most of the people in the hall were from the Emperor realm. There were also some heaven-opening realm cultivators, but those heaven-opening realm cultivators were not high. They were probably low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators with no future. Otherwise, they would not have been squeezed here and would have been welcomed into private rooms by the Feng Yun auction house. As he was looking around, he suddenly heard someone call out in a low voice, "Lord Yang?" Yang Kai looked up and could not help but laugh. Luo Hai? Luo Hai seemed to be looking for a seat. When she saw that there was an empty seat beside Yang Kai, she walked over. When she arrived, she found that it was actually someone she knew. Luo Hai was obviously very happy to see someone she knew here. She looked at the seat beside Yang Kai and asked, "Is there anyone here?" "No, sit." Yang Kai smiled. Luo Hai sat down, and a delicate fragrance wafted out, making people feel refreshed. "Are you here to buy something?" Yang Kai asked. Since she had appeared here, it was very likely that she was here to participate in the auction. Luo Hai nodded and said, "I heard that some great Dao pills will appear this time, so I'm here to try my luck." Luo Hai had not condensed her own Dao seal yet and was in urgent need of great Dao pills. She had also mentioned this to Yang Kai last time. Yang Kai understood and smiled. "Do you have enough money? Do you want to borrow some?" Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. "It should be enough to buy two." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then I wish you good luck." From his previous contact with Luo Hai, he could tell that this woman was very self-reliant and independent. She had even returned the extra reward that he had given her, so she was clearly very principled. Since they were familiar with each other, they chatted and laughed with Luo Hai. After a full hour, the seats in the hall gradually filled up. From this point, the strength of the Feng Yun auction house could be seen. Even the hall was filled, so it was clear how attractive the auction here was to the people of Star City. The sound of gongs and drums rang out, and the originally brightly lit hall suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a beam of light lit up on the high platform, and as the beam of light moved, a figure walked out from the backstage. The beam of light shone on this person, and she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The person who appeared was a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and an extraordinary appearance. She came to the auction stage and introduced herself with a soft voice and a smile. After a boring opening, the auction officially began. The first items to be auctioned were naturally not very good. They were basically items that people of the Emperor realm would use. The VIPs in the private rooms and the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall were indifferent, but this caused the people of the Emperor realm to fight over them, and the prices kept rising. Every auction item was carefully selected, so there were almost no unsold items. Yang Kai looked on coldly and realized that his and Lao Bai's previous worries were meaningless. The auction here did not sell the items on the spot. Instead, after the auction was over, the items would be removed, and the bill would be paid after the auction. The Feng Yun auction house was not afraid of people reneging on their debts. With its reputation here, who would have the guts to do so? "This is interesting." Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. His eyes met with Lao Bai's across the crowd. Lao Bai understood, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously, he was ready to go all out. After about half an hour, 7 or 8 auction items were successfully sold, and the auctioneer's voice also became louder. The next item to be auctioned is the spirit pill that friends of the Emperor realm dream of. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai could clearly feel Luo Hai's back straighten. If he guessed correctly, the great Dao pill should be auctioned. Sure enough, 10 slender and plump maids walked out from the backstage. Each of the maids held a tray with a jade bottle on top of it. The auctioneer smiled and said, "The great Dao pill can help one comprehend their own Dao and condense the Dao seal. Everyone knows that only by condensing the Dao seal can one have the chance to achieve the heaven-opening realm. Many friends of the Emperor realm who came today should be here for the great Dao pill. Then, I will not waste any more time." She pointed behind her and said, "There are a total of 10 sets of great Dao pills, and each set has 2 pills. Now we will auction the first set." The starting price of the second set is the second highest bid of the first set. Now we will auction the first set. The starting price is 5,000, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai heard Luo Hai, who was beside him, shout, 5,000. It was a pity that the voices in the hall rose and fell one after another. Her voice was directly drowned out, and no one heard her at all. Yang Kai turned to look at her, and Luo Hai immediately blushed. Chapter 3958. Previously, Luo Hai had also said that one could buy a great Dao pill between 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Although this price was nothing to Yang Kai, it was not low to anyone in the Emperor realm. It was very likely that it was the entire net worth of those at the bottom. However, even so, the price of this great Dao pill with a base price of 5,000 continued to soar. In just 10 breaths of time, it had exceeded 10,000. Luo Hai looked a little anxious. She had bid twice but had not succeeded. The bids in the hall rose and fell. It was clear that this great Dao pill was highly sought after by the cultivator in the Emperor realm. The price of the great Dao pill continued to rise. Soon, it had exceeded 20,000 and was approaching the 30,000 mark. After a few breaths of time, Luo Hai gritted her teeth and bid 30,000. However, it was surpassed in the next moment. She could not help but look dejected. After that, she did not speak again. It was obvious that she was going to give up. After all, there were a total of 10 sets of great Dao pills. There were still other chances. After the price broke through the 30,000 mark, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. It seemed that Luo Hai was right. The price of this grand Dao pill was between 10,000 and 20,000. 30,000 for 2 spirit pills was beyond what many Emperor Realm Masters could afford, so naturally, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. When the price had risen to 34,000, no one was bidding anymore. The person who had shouted this price was a young man. He was sitting in the row in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, he looked nervous and clenched his fists. He shouted to the stage, "No one is bidding anymore. Drop the hammer." The auctioneer clearly heard him. He smiled and picked up the hammer. He looked around and said with a smile, "The first set of great Dao pills is 34,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Yang Kai raised his hand. 40,000. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby cultivator all turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. Especially the young man who had called out the price of 34,000. His eyes were almost spitting fire. This was not surprising. Although the price of an auction in the Emperor realm rose quickly, it did not increase by much. Normally, it would only increase by 51,000. After all, it was not easy for them to save up some heaven-opening pills. Who would be willing to invest so much at once? Yang Kai raised his hand and raised the price by 6,000, something that had never happened before. Luo Hai also looked at Yang Kai with incomparable surprise. She naturally knew that Yang Kai had already condensed a Dao seal and that the great Dao pill was useless to him. She didn't expect that he would participate in the bidding for this great Dao pill at this moment. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but blush. Clearly, she had misunderstood something. For the first set of great Dao pills, this friend has bid 40,000. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked with a smile. After confirming that no one was bidding, the hammer fell 3 times. The second set of great Dao pills, the starting price is 34,000. Please make your bids. The auctioneer gestured with his hand. Previously, it had already been stated that the starting price of the second group of great Dao pills was the second highest bid of the first group. The second highest bid of the first group was 34,000, so the starting price of the second group was naturally this price. The auction house would not do business at a loss. 34,000. The young man sitting in the row in front of the Yang Kai clenched his fist and shouted. He was the one who shouted the price just now. Yang Kai calmly raised his hand. 40,000. It was as if the situation was repeating itself, no different from just now. The young man turned his head again and glared at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai did not look at him at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said, 40,000. This price was already the limit he could bear. If it was higher, he would not be able to follow. 50,000. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. You. The young man suddenly turned his head with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Yang Kai's body. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with unfriendly expressions. Many of them had come for this great Dao pill. Yang Kai had raised the price so high, so they had to suffer a loss. Some people even suspected that Yang Kai was a helper hired by the auction house. However, thinking about it, that was not right. The Fengyun auction house had a reputation, so they would not do such a despicable thing. There were very few bids for the second set of great Dao pills. Only Yang Kai and the young man shouted twice before the deal was closed. Next was the third set. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, 50,000. The young man in the front row could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, what are you buying so many great Dao pills for? If you don't have enough aptitude, it's useless no matter how many you buy. Generally speaking, if a martial artist's luck was good, a single great Dao pill would allow them to successfully condense a Dao seal. Most of them would use 2 pills. If they didn't have confidence in themselves, 3 or 4 pills would be enough. Any more and it wouldn't have a better effect. Yang Kai had already bid for 2 sets. Logically speaking, it should be enough. There was no need for him to participate in the bidding for the third set. I have too much money to burn. It's none of your business. Yang Kai sneered. The young man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He only felt that this guy was so repulsive. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, he would have taught him how to behave. 50,000. At this moment, another bid was heard. Clearly, someone could not help but participate in the bidding. The previous 2 sets were swept into Yang Kai's pocket. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to buy more. There were only 10 sets in total. If all of them were bought by Yang Kai, what would they buy? Therefore, although the price was a little high, for their own future, they could only grit their teeth and bid. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Kai calmly followed. 60,000. There was a series of gasps. Many people in the Emperor realm thought that this guy was crazy. 60,000 to buy 2 great Dao pills. How many years had it been since they had seen such a price? In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched as he stared below. He clicked his tongue. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. Previously, he had vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have gotten into some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed his power to sneak into the auction house. Now, it seemed that this guy was stirring up trouble and bidding maliciously. However, what was the point of bidding maliciously? In the end, the items would still fall into his hands. On the other side, Luo Hai was also a little dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yang Kai participated in the bidding to give the great Dao pills to her, but now it seemed that it was not what she thought. Otherwise, why would he bid for 3 sets in a row? She could only vaguely guess that Yang Kai must have some relatives or friends who needed the great Dao pills. Moreover, he needed a lot of them. Thinking that she was thinking too much, she could not help but blush. The third set of great Dao pills was quickly sold at the price of 60,000. When it came to the fourth set, the auctioneer did not look elsewhere. She only stared at Yang Kai as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man in the front row immediately received the bid. 60,000. The young man did not look elsewhere. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Kai as he bid. He looked like he was going to fight with him. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and did not say anything for a long time. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down the young man's forehead. 40,000 was the bottom line he could bear. He had only bid this time because he was angry and wanted to disgust Yang Kai. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. What do you think will happen to you if I don't bid? The young man could not help but gulp. His face was slightly pale. He could not afford the price of 60,000. If he really lost it, he would definitely go bankrupt. At that time, he might even have to pawn off a life-saving secret treasure in his hands. Their eyes met, and the young man could not help but reveal a pleading expression. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. The auctioneer's voice was like a life-threatening curse, causing the young man's face to turn even paler. 70,000. Yang Kai smiled softly and raised his hand to call out. As soon as this price was called, the young man immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in his chair, feeling a sense of relief for no reason. The bidding for the 5th set of Great Tao pills started, and someone immediately bid 70,000. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this voice. It was Lao Bai who was bidding. This guy probably felt that it was a little too much for him to monopolize so many Great Tao pills. It would attract too much hatred, so he wanted to help him share some of the pressure. Yang Kai did not mind. Since Lao Bai had bid, he did not say anything else. The bidding for the next few sets of Great Tao pills was completely exclusive to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. No one in the cultivator in the hall made another bid. Usually, the two of them would call out the price and make the final call. The bidding for the 10 sets of Great Tao pills was completed very quickly. Yang Kai was the first to bid. He obtained 6 sets, while Lao Bai obtained 4 sets. The stonemason standing on the stage was grinning from ear to ear. After all, it was a little unbelievable that 2 Great Tao pills could be auctioned for 70,000. Generally speaking, 30,000 was more than enough. Although the Fengyun auction house had a large business, they were also happy to see such an intense competitive atmosphere, because in this way, it could arouse the enthusiasm of the following bidding. As expected, the price of the auction item after the Great Tao pills also rose all the way. This auction item was a secret treasure, and it was a rare defensive secret treasure. It could even withstand a full-force attack from a low-grade splitter. It was definitely a good item to protect one's life. This time, not only did many people from the Emperor realm participate in the bidding, but even some low-grade splitter geniuses participated in the bidding. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had a calm expression. He waited until it was about time to participate. After a few rounds of competition, he defeated his opponent and obtained this treasure at a price far higher than the normal price. At this time, many people looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai repeatedly bid for the Great Tao pills, they thought that this guy was stupid and had a lot of money. Now, it seemed that whether he was stupid or not, he really had a lot of money. However, this was far from the limit. After an hour, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became extremely strange. Even the smile on the auctioneer's face had disappeared, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This was because the dozen or so auction items that appeared in this hour were all won by Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Every auction item had an absolute advantage in terms of price, which the Emperor realm had such a huge amount of financial resources. After a rough calculation, the items that these two people bought each exceeded 1 million. What was the concept of 1 million splitter pills? An ordinary splitter realm cultivator couldn't take out that much. Where did the Emperor realm get so much money? The young man in the front row had almost been tricked by Yang Kai. At this moment, he looked back at Yang Kai from time to time, looking suspicious. Although Luo Hai didn't know why Yang Kai was bidding so crazily, she wasn't too worried. She knew that Yang Kai had 1 million splitter pills. That was the reward that Pei Buwen gave Yang Kai last time. Chapter 3959. The auction continued and the auctioneer on the stage said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a portion of true sun flame. Not long ago, a sun star in a large territory was extinguished. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. This portion of true sun flame came from that extinguished sun star." As she spoke, a maid walked up from the backstage with a round bowl in her hands. Flames flickered in the bowl as a wave of heat swept out. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction hall went into an uproar. Yang Kai could clearly sense powerful divine senses extending from the private rooms to investigate the true sun flame. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the true sun flame of a sun star would appear here. After all, this place was too far away. However, thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Many people had obtained true sun flame back then, and the Feng Yun auction house was backed by one of the 72 blessed lands. It wasn't strange for it to be auctioned here. However, the lowest grade of true sunflame was 4th grade, and there were even 5th grade ones. He wondered what grade this item would be auctioned. Even Pei Buan and Gong Sun Hong were only at the 4th stage of Heaven Splitter. A single piece of 4th stage Heaven Splitter material had a chance of creating an expert on the same level as them, so it was only natural that they would pay attention to it. Yang Kai understood. Most of the items auctioned before were things needed by those in the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet. The next item to be auctioned should be things that people like him desired. 4th grade True Sun Flame. The starting price is 100,000, and each increment must be no less than 5,000. The auctioneer smiled and gestured. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, 7 or 8 people in the hall called out bids, each voice sounding extremely eager. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had thought that this auction would be exclusive to the VIPs in the private rooms, but who would have thought that the individual guests sitting in the hall would also have the ability to bid? However, their voices were quickly suppressed by a bidder in a private room. 150,000. As soon as this price was announced, the voices in the hall immediately fell silent. For a level 4 heaven opening material, 150,000 was basically the normal price. When they were in the Qiqiao land, Dai Yu had told Yang Kai that a level 1 heaven opening material was 1,500, a level 2 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 1 heaven opening material, and a level 3 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 2 heaven opening material. The stainless golden dew that Yang Kai bought in the Kikikyo land was a grade 3 material and cost him 15,000 gold coins. However, in an auction house, the price would naturally be slightly higher. If it was someone who didn't lack money, it wouldn't be strange no matter how high the price was, not to mention that 150,000 was the normal price. As expected, the voice of 160,000 immediately sounded from another private room. The people sitting in these private rooms were all reputable figures in Star City, who didn't have a million heaven-opening pills on them. They were all in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally did not need the sun's true flame. However, they also had juniors and disciples, and it was rare for a 4th-rank material to appear in the auction house. Who would be willing to miss it? The sun's true flame was very popular, and the guests in the 2 private rooms continued to bid. 2 people eventually raised the price to 200,000 gold coins. At this time, the private room that had bid first had already fallen silent. It was obvious that this price had exceeded his bottom line. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 200,000 gold coins, but every heaven-opening realm cultivator had to condense the yin, yang, and 5 elements. If one material was 200,000 gold coins, then 7 materials would be 1,400,000 gold coins. Moreover, even at the final juncture, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. This price was not small. Shopkeeper's son, thank you for letting me win. A hearty laugh came from the private room that had bid second. Shopkeeper's son coldly snorted, but didn't say anything. Drop the hammer, that voice rang out again. The auctioneer looked around with a smile and raised the hammer. 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. She glanced over at Yang Kai, secretly wondering if this little brat would make a bid at the last moment. Just now, he and the other person had been in the limelight. After the Great Dao Pill, the 2 of them had basically taken all of the auction items, leaving no room for anyone else to interfere. However, after calling out twice and not seeing that Yang Kai had any intention of bidding, she couldn't help laughing inwardly. She felt that she was overthinking things. Since this person had bought the Great Dao Pill, it meant that he hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet, so what was the point of buying these 4th-rank materials? Even if he had a lot of money, he shouldn't spend it like this. 300,000. Yang Kai raised his hand. The auctioneer's hammer immediately froze in midair, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. The hall was also in an uproar. In the past, although Yang Kai and Lao Bai had won the auction with absolute advantage each time, the value of the auction items before wasn't too high. They were all fought over by a group of people from the Emperor realm, so in the eyes of those who were truly rich, it wasn't much. However, it was different this time. To suddenly increase the price by 100,000? Was he trying to make things difficult for her? Brat, which sect's disciple are you? The heaven-opening realm cultivator who had bid 200,000 was almost angered to death. He stared through the private room and felt that this brat was really detestable. He had given him a surprise at the last moment. Was he deliberately slapping his own face? If you have the money to bid, then shut up. Why do you care which sect's disciple I am? Yang Kai didn't even turn his head. The person in the private room was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. He was a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he couldn't possibly argue with someone from the Emperor realm. What kind of scandal was this? The youth in the front row looked back at Yang Kai again, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She chuckled dryly, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. The mallet fell and the deal was struck. Without stopping, the auctioneer continued, the item that will be auctioned is also a fourth-rank material, 300,000. Before she could finish speaking, a bid came from within the hall. The auctioneer's words were stuck in her throat, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She stared speechlessly in Yang Kai's direction, her expression somewhat annoyed. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this person? You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. You don't even know what the material is, yet you directly bid 300,000? Is there something wrong with your head? The entire hall and the private room were completely silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yang Kai. Sitting to the side, Luo Hai felt like there was a thorn in her side, and her expression was filled with worry as she advised in a low voice, Lord Yang, this price is too high. It's fine, Yang Kai smiled. Do you have that much money? At this moment, a person's voice sounded. It was the young man sitting in the front row of Yang Kai. He looked at him and sneered, you've bid for so many things, do you have the money to pay the bill? He came to the auction this time for the Great Path pills. Originally, he still had hopes of bidding for a set, but after being repeatedly messed up by Yang Kai, he lost all hope. Although Yang Kai let him off previously, he still held a grudge. After seeing Yang Kai bid for so many things without batting an eyelid, he had always suspected that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. Now, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and launched an attack. As long as he could prove that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble, then the Great Path pills he bid for previously would not count, and he would still have a chance. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands towards the auction stage, and said, Master of the Fengyun auction house, I suspect that this person is bidding maliciously and has bad intentions. I request a verification to see if he has the ability to pay the bill. That's right, I think so too. A voice immediately came from the private room where Yang Kai had snatched the Grand Sun Real Flame. A verification of the verification is a good idea. This kid is indeed a bit of a troublemaker. Another private room also agreed. It wasn't that Yang Kai had offended them, but if they allowed Yang Kai to continue acting so recklessly, then they wouldn't have any hope in the following auctions. Who wouldn't want to buy something at an auction, especially when the following items were all 4th grade and above? Therefore, after the young man in the front row finished speaking, many private rooms echoed his words. In room A6, the corner of Pei Buwen's mouth twitched. This kid is full of evil tricks. Why didn't I see it before? At this time, how could he not know that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble? However, he didn't know what kind of enmity he had with the Fengyun auction house that he actually wanted to make a move at the auction. Wasn't this smashing their reputation? How could there be a good ending? This kid probably wouldn't be able to pass the verification of the verification. Although he had given Yang Kai 1 million heaven-opening pills as a reward last time, the value of the items he was bidding for this time had far exceeded that amount. However, he wasn't very worried about Yang Kai's safety. After all, he was a member of the first in. At most, he would be kicked out of the auction house and his reputation would be ruined. On the stage, the auctioneer looked in a certain direction backstage with some difficulty. There was an elderly man sitting there, and since the start of the auction, he had been motionless with his eyes closed. This elderly man wasn't Yungenua, but he was also a mid-rank heaven-opening expert of the Fengyun auction house. He was overseeing this place to prevent others from causing trouble. With so many people unanimously requesting the verification of the items, the elderly man naturally heard their voices. He slowly stood up and walked to the stage. Someone in the private room said, "Elder Yu, I'll have to trouble you to make a move and see if this kid has the financial resources." The elderly man frowned. There had never been such a precedent in the auction house before. After all, with the Fengyun auction house's reputation, no one dared to go back on their word. Everyone was bidding according to their ability. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were really suspicious. He also wanted to see the situation, so he only nodded. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai and nodded slightly. "Young friend, please." Yang Kai sat on the chair with his hands on the armrest. He looked up at the elderly man and grinned. "What? Is this how the Fengyun auction house treats its guests? Cut the crap and cooperate with Elder Yu to verify the items. You don't look like someone with that kind of money." The young man in the front row turned his head and shouted angrily. If Yang Kai really had that kind of financial resources, he would have been invited into the private room long ago. Why would he be sitting with them? A voice rang out from the private room. "Kid, don't waste any more time. If you're really causing trouble, this seat advises you to stop and leave. At the very least, you'll still be able to maintain some semblance of dignity. If Elder Yu finds out anything, things won't be so simple anymore." Chapter 3960. "Excuse me, young friend." Elder Yu slowly extended his hand and stared at Yang Kai as if he wanted to look deep into his heart. Luo Hai's face was pale and her fists were clenched tightly. She didn't know if Kai Yang would be able to pass the capital verification test. It was very likely that he wouldn't, but she didn't have much money on her, otherwise she would be able to lend it to Kai Yang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Even though there was a rank 4 Kai Tian standing in front of him, he still smiled and said, "Fengyun auction house has such a rule? How come I didn't know about it?" Elder Yu frowned. Fengyun auction house didn't have such a rule in the past because everyone abided by the rules. However, this guy didn't look like a good person, yet he still had the nerve to talk about rules. Moreover, someone from the Emperor realm dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Young friend, please cooperate." "Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you don't have money, get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here." "Hee, isn't it too late to leave now? Do you think you can leave if you dare to cause trouble here?" "Elder Yu, don't be polite with him. Just do it." In the private room, a cacophony of voices could be heard. Obviously, they all wanted the auction house to get rid of Yang Kai so that the auction could continue. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He mainly came to find trouble with the Fengyun auction house this time, who told them not to give him compensation, and their attitude was so bad. However, he didn't expect to incite public anger. In other people's shoes, his actions were indeed a little offensive. Therefore, although the words in the private room were a little unpleasant, Yang Kai didn't care. He just stared at Elder Yu and said, "There's no problem with the capital verification, but what if I have the financial resources?" Elder Yu frowned. "Then the auction will naturally continue." Although he said that, he didn't want to believe that Yang Kai really had the financial resources. When entering this auction house, everyone asked to show their wealth. If he was really that kind of rich person, he would have been arranged to enter a private room long ago. Most of the people sitting in this hall had a net worth of hundreds of thousands. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Fengyun auction house's actions are ruining my reputation. Do you think just saying that the auction will continue is enough? Then what do you want?" Old Man Yu frowned. This brat in front of him was a little difficult to deal with. Yang Kai looked at him. "Don't you need to apologize for making a mistake?" Old Man Yu was furious. If this wasn't an auction house, he would have taught this young man the consequences of speaking to him like this, but this was his own territory, so he couldn't attack a guest, even if this guest was only an Emperor Realm Master who was suspected to be causing trouble. Doing so would make him look like a bully, and it would also affect the reputation of the auction house. So even though he was angry, he could only endure. Kai Yang continued, I can cooperate with the verification. If it proves that I don't have the financial resources, then you can do whatever you want with me. If I'm lucky enough to pass, then you have to apologize. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. Stubborn as a dead duck? Do you think this old man will back down? Young people are still too inexperienced. Just as he was thinking this, a faint smile appeared on the face of the young man in front of him. I hope Elder Yu will keep his word. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai's reaction was so straightforward that Elder Yu didn't expect it. He couldn't help but frown. Did this boy really have such strong financial resources? Suspiciously accepting the space ring, Old Man Yu swept its contents with his divine sense. His hand trembled and he almost dropped the space ring. His eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, suddenly widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Inside the space ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, one pile after another. It was simply impossible to count them all. It was impossible to count because there were just too many. Elder Yu was a 4th-grade heaven-opening master and had been in charge of a place like Feng Yun Auction House for many years. He had never seen so much money before, but he had never seen so much. How many heaven-opening pills were there in this ring? Over 100 million was the minimum. It was very likely that there were around 200 million. No wonder this boy didn't even blink during the auction. With so many heaven-opening pills, let alone the items worth tens of thousands, even if he bought the entire auction house, it would be a drop in the ocean. Who is this guy? How could he have so much money? Moreover, he wasn't very strong, yet he dared to wander around with such a large sum of money. Although there were people from the Great War Heaven maintaining order in Star City, wasn't he afraid of some accident? His heart surged with shock. Clutching the ring, he stood there dumbly, speechless for a long time. Elder Yu? A voice rang out from a private room. Everyone had originally planned to laugh at Yang Kai, but who would have thought that Elder Yu would have no reaction after verifying the ring? The many heaven-opening realm cultivators were all people with good eyesight, so they could naturally see the shock in Elder Yu's eyes. They didn't know what was going on. What exactly was in that ring that could make a 4th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator lose his composure like this? Only in room A6, Pei Buin seemed to think of something and couldn't help but mutter, "This boy is quite bold." Last time, he had given Yang Kai 11 million, of which 10 million was to compensate the first in. He had originally thought that Yang Kai would definitely give it to Madame Lan, but now it seemed that the 10 million should still be in his hands. No wonder this boy was so calm and composed, not afraid of verifying the ring at all. From just now until now, the value of the items he had bid on didn't exceed 2 million. With 10 million, what was there to be afraid of? However, on second thought, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Even if there really was 10 million in that ring, it shouldn't be enough to make Elder Yu lose his composure like this. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only one who wanted to compensate the first in. There seemed to be several dozen other families, and each family wanted 10 million. Hiss. Pei Buin sucked in a cold breath. That ring couldn't possibly have hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills, right? Although he didn't dare believe it, looking at Elder Yu's expression, his guess should be right. How is it? Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, then returned the spatial ring and nodded. Young friend, you do indeed have the right to bid. This old man was wrong, please forgive me. Yang Kai grinned. Then can the auction continue? Elder Yu nodded. His figure flickered, and he returned backstage. Only then did the auctioneer react. He raised the auction hammer and shouted, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice, sold. The young man in the front row looked at Yang Kai with the corner of his eye twitching. He couldn't understand why this guy was squeezing in the hall with him when he was so rich. Suddenly he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile. He quickly turned his head and lowered it. A person with such wealth, no matter what his cultivation was, Must have a powerful backer behind him. He couldn't afford to offend him. He didn't wait for the auction to end and found an opportunity to quietly slip away. A good auction, after being disturbed by Yang Kai, suddenly became dull. No one bid for the next few auction items. Yang Kai won all of them at once. It was as if this auction was specially set up for him, and everyone else was just there to serve as a foil. Because no one bid, the auctioneer's hammer fell very quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than a dozen fourth-grade materials were won by Yang Kai. Even Lao Bai didn't make a sound. Anyway, with Yang Kai's help, it didn't matter whether he bid or not. The next few items are the finale of this auction. If there's anything you like, please bid as much as you want. The auctioneer stood on the stage and shouted a little awkwardly. The main reason was that there was only one person's voice in the entire auction house, so it was meaningless for her to be the auctioneer. A maid came on stage and presented the auction item. The auctioneer said in a loud voice, "5th grade true sunfire. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone feel free to bid." As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the lonely auction house finally had a trace of liveliness. The divine senses in the private rooms once again stretched out to check the situation. Generally speaking, the best heaven-opening materials on the market were 5th grade. 6th grade heaven-opening materials couldn't be bought with money at all, unless one was extremely lucky. Although the 4th grade materials were of interest to everyone, they could still fight for them. However, the 5th grade materials were a must-have. The 5th grade materials were highly sought after wherever they were placed. Even the Blessed Enclave couldn't meet the demand. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone shouted, 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. In room A6, Pei Buan was about to bid. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, 3 million. The words were stuck in his throat. Pei Buan touched his head and cursed speechlessly, "This guy is crazy." The normal price of a 5th grade material was 1,500,000. Even if the auction house had a little overprice, 2 million would be the highest price. Yang Kai doubled the price. How could others bid? This meant that he didn't want to play with others at all. "That's enough, kid. Don't go too far." A voice sounding a little exasperated. "That's right, kid. Don't you find it troublesome to bid for so many things? I think this kid is here to cause trouble." If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Kai had won all the items, everyone would have suspected that he was hired by the Feng Yun auction house. However, at this time, anyone could see that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. However, what was the point? Although it would damage the auction house's reputation if one person bought all the items in an auction, this person would have to pay a huge price. It was equivalent to hurting the enemy but hurting the enemy without benefiting oneself. "Elder Yu, does this kid have that much money?" Someone asked doubtfully. Even the auctioneer turned to look at Elder Yu. The items that were auctioned before were worth at most a few 100,000. This time, the bid was 3 million, which was 10 times the original price. It was hard for people not to be suspicious. However, Elder Yu didn't say much when he verified the price. Therefore, no one knew how much money Yang Kai had on him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Yu lowered his eyebrows and didn't move. He smiled bitterly to himself. What was a few million? That kid had close to 200 million in his ring. Chapter 3961. After Yang Kai bought the 5th grade True Sunfire for 3 million, the next two items, which were not inferior to the 5th grade heaven opening material, fell into Yang Kai's pocket without any suspense. The grand auction ended in a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the individual cultivator in the hall or the shopkeepers in the private rooms, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened. They had never participated in such an auction before. Except for the first few items, the rest were basically bought by one person. And this person was from the Emperor realm. The entire auction cost more than 10 million. They were all secretly guessing, which sect is this kid from? How could he have so many heaven-opening pills? It should be known that the funds that the shopkeepers could mobilize were only a few million. 10 million was beyond their ability to bear. There were also some people who recognized Kai Yang's identity, but there weren't many of them. After all, Kai Yang had gone to 19 shops to collect debts and had met with 19 shopkeepers, so there were bound to be some who had come to participate in the auction. In the VIP room of the Fengyun auction house, Yang Kai and White sat across a table and tasted fragrant tea. There was a large pile of items in front of them. Even so, there were still maids coming in constantly and putting down the items in their hands. These were the items that they had obtained in the auction before. The Fengyun auction house followed the rule of bidding first, settling the bill later. The auction had ended, so it was naturally time to settle the bill. The enchanting auctioneer stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Every time an item was brought up, she would smilingly introduce to Yang Kai what it was and how much money Yang Kai had spent to win it. Next to her, there was another guy who looked like an accountant. He was holding an abacus and counting the prices of the items. As maids came in and out, more and more items were placed in front of Yang Kai and White. Although White was drinking tea, he glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, feeling a little guilty. The main reason was that he had never done such a thing before. Moreover, this was the wind cloud auction, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a long time, he finally settled the account. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Mister, the total price of the items you bid is 36 million. He turned to Lao Bai and said, "Mister, the total price of your items is 930,000. Compared to Yang Kai, Lao Bai didn't bid much. He only bid for some random items. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai bid, he didn't have many chances to bid. Pack them all up." Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, the auctioneer gestured to the side and the staff immediately put everything into a space ring one by one. The auctioneer then handed it over to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai took the ring without even looking at it. With a twist of his finger, a faint trace of space laws appeared and the ring disappeared. Immediately after, Yang Kai stood up and called out to Lao Bai, "Let's go." The smile on the auctioneer's face froze. He flashed in front of Yang Kai and said politely, "Mister, did you forget something?" Yang Kai looked left and right, then raised his head and said, "I didn't forget anything." The auctioneer squeezed out a smile and said softly, "You forgot to pay the bill." As she spoke, her face was filled with hidden bitterness. "I don't have money." Yang Kai looked at him with incomparable honesty. Behind him, the corners of Lao Bai's mouth twitched. The auctioneer blinked her big eyes, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mister really likes to joke. Earlier, old man, you had asked him to verify the funds. If he didn't have the financial resources, how could he have allowed him to keep bidding? At this time, who would believe him if he said he didn't have money? I'm not joking." Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Your Fengyun auction house already owes me and my brother 10 million. Take these auction items as collateral. When you pay back the 10 million, I'll give them to you." The auctioneer was stunned. She stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Mister, what do you mean?" She was only an auctioneer of the Fengyun auction house, so she didn't know what had happened before. Therefore, she was confused at this time. She thought, when did the Fengyun auction house owe someone 10 million? What do I mean? Your shopkeeper naturally knows, right, Shopkeeper Yun? Yang Kai shouted the last sentence to the door. Although he didn't sense Yun Zhenhua's aura, he thought that at this time, Yun Zhenhua was most likely outside. After all, he and Lao Bai were kicked out of the auction house, then sneaked in and bid at a high price. As a shopkeeper, it was impossible for him not to know. Since he knew, he would definitely show up at this time. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was not Yun Zhenhua, but Elder Yu, who had verified Yang Kai's funds. At this moment, Elder Yu's face was gloomy. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of his stomach, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, don't make a mistake." He only knew the identity of Yang Kai and Lao Bai after the verification. After all, it was hard to imagine that someone from the Emperor realm would carry around more than 100 million. He secretly told Yun Zhenhua about this matter. Yun Zhenhua secretly came to take a look and found out that the bidders were actually 2 workers from the first inn. Moreover, these 2 people had come to ask for money before. Elder Yu immediately knew that these 2 people didn't come with good intentions. However, at that time, the auction was already in its second half. Moreover, they did have the capital to bid, so he couldn't stop them. He could only wait until the auction was over before making a decision. Now that he saw that these 2 guys didn't intend to pay, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only right to repay one's debts. If your Feng Yun auction house won't pay, then us 2 brothers can only think of a way to get some money ourselves. Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu with a smile. Elder Yu said coldly, "No one has dared to behave atrociously in my Feng Yun auction house. Are you sure you want to do this?" There wasn't before, but there is now. Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Although the Feng Yun auction house had a strong backer, he also had the first in behind him. In terms of backing, there was no telling who would be afraid. Moreover, the Feng Yun auction house was in the wrong first, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "You have guts," Elder Yu snorted, "but just having guts isn't enough. Do you think you can still get away?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what do you want? Are you going to detain us?" Elder Yu snorted and waved his hand. "Search them." He sneered in his heart. These 2 inexperienced brats really think that they can do whatever they want just because they have the first in's name? I'll take back the money from the auction first, then deal with them properly. At Elder Yu's order, the workers who had been standing on both sides immediately rushed forward. Lao Bai hurriedly got into a defensive posture. "If anyone dares to come over, I'll fight them to the death." Yang Kai raised his hand and pressed on Lao Bai's shoulder. "Let them search." Lao Bai turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. The 2 of them had spent more than a month collecting money from everywhere. Not only had Yang Kai taken 100 million to 200 million, but Lao Bai had also done the same. He hadn't given anything to the lady boss. Yang Kai hadn't given anything to the lady boss because he had been beaten by the lady boss with a feather duster the last time he went back to report the good news. As for why Lao Bai hadn't given anything to the lady boss, it was probably because he had never seen so much money before and wanted to hold on to it for a while longer. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked him to give him all his valuables, so Lao Bai didn't have a single heaven-opening pill on him. It could be said that he was clean. Lao Bai wasn't afraid of others searching him, but he was afraid that they would search Yang Kai's body. However, since Yang Kai had said so, even though Lao Bai didn't understand, he still relaxed. The main thing was that he couldn't beat them. This was the other party's territory. Not to mention these workers, even Elder Yu could crush them with a single finger. There was no point in resisting. 4 workers came forward. 2 searched for Lao Bai, while the other 2 searched for Yang Kai. After a while, the workers didn't find anything. They all turned to look at Elder Yu and said, "There's nothing." "Impossible." Elder Yu's expression changed. He didn't seem to move, but he directly came in front of Yang Kai. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and searched Yang Kai's body with the other. How could he not have anything? Not to mention that Yang Kai had shown him a space ring containing nearly 200 million heaven-opening pills. Even the auction items just now had been obtained by him not long ago. How could they have disappeared for no reason? However, after searching for a while, they really couldn't find anything. Not only that, Elder Yu even released his divine sense and carefully searched every corner of Yang Kai's body. Let alone a space ring, he couldn't find even a single heaven-opening pill, let alone the auction items. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yu vaguely felt a fluctuation of space principles outside the door just now, which was somewhat similar to when he used the universe escape technique. His heart clenching, Elder Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Speak, where did you hide those things?" Elder Yu had a 4th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, so in his anger, his hand was incredibly strong. Cracking sounds came from Yang Kai's shoulder, as if his bones were being crushed. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he endured it and didn't say anything. He coldly stared at Elder Yu and said, "I already said that you owed us money and didn't pay it back. Us brothers just wanted to find a way to get some of it. When you pay back the money, we'll return those things." "Bastard!" Elder Yu flew into a rage. Although the prices of the auction items this time were generally high, it was still a failure for the auction house. It couldn't be helped that the auction house's reputation had been completely monopolized by a single person. In the future, when people brought up this matter, they would say that there was a problem with the Feng Yun auction house's organizational ability. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous situation have occurred? The Feng Yun auction house had stood tall for so many years and had a good reputation, so losing a little bit of reputation wasn't a big deal. Now that they had even lost their auction items, they would truly become a laughingstock. As such, in Elder Yu's anger, the might of a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator filled the air, causing Yang Kai's entire body to shrink. He felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great, and now that he was in the other party's grasp, he didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have immediately knelt down. Chapter 3962. You dare make a move? Lao Bai was enraged. Seeing that Yang Kai was being pressured to the point of suffocation, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged in his body. He raised his hand and slapped at Elder Yu. After that move, he suddenly realized that he was no match for Elder Yu. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied had made him a little hot-blooded. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop. Scram! However, Elder Yu didn't even look at him. He just casually slapped Lao Bai's chest with his palm. With a crack, Lao Bai was sent flying with a muffled groan. He slammed into the wall, causing the entire room to shake. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw that Lao Bai's face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. A large part of his chest had caved in. His head was tilted to the side, and he didn't move. His expression immediately turned cold. Old thing, you're courting death. The power in his body surged wildly. His short body suddenly straightened, and his hands flew up to form a seal. He sent a palm strike at Elder Yu. Elder Yu was shocked. It wasn't that Yang Kai's palm strike was very strong. It was just that under this palm strike, his thoughts actually paused for a moment, as if time had stopped. This brat actually knew the laws of time? Even so, his weak strength was still a weakness. Elder Yu snorted coldly and raised his palm in front of him, slowly pushing it out. With a boom, Yang Kai was also sent flying. The principles of time wrapped around Elder Yu's palm, causing his palm to change unpredictably and wither rapidly. However, it only took an instant for it to return to normal. The difference in strength was too great. Yang Kai's principles of time was easily dispelled by Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could he be unscathed? After retreating to the foot of the wall, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. He forcefully suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and lowered his head to look at his hand. The hand that had collided with Elder Yu's palm strike couldn't help but tremble. Even the bones in his wrist were broken. Elder Yu looked over coldly. No one dares to steal my Feng Yun auction house's things. Those who dare to do so are all dead. Try and kill us if you dare. Yang Kai was clearly in a disadvantageous situation, but he still looked down at them with his chin raised, his face full of arrogance. Elder Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly stared at Yang Kai. Then he turned around and flicked his sleeves. Keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. Finished speaking, he strode away. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with disgust and left as well. The other workers closed the door before they left, obviously intending to put Yang Kai and Lao Bai under house arrest. Outside the door, Yun Zhenhua stroked his beard with a frown on his face. Seeing Elder Yu come out, he gestured to him and the two of them walked side by side into a secret chamber. It didn't take long for them to enter the secret chamber. Yun Zhenhua frowned and said, "You've injured them. I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to resolve." No matter what, those two brats were still members of the First Inn. Although they were rude first and Elder Yu wasn't wrong to teach them a lesson, they had still injured them. Thinking of that woman's craziness, Yun Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. Elder Yu's anger still hadn't subsided. He coldly snorted, They were rude first, wanting to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. So what if this old man beat them up? Yun Zhenhua glanced at him and remained silent. He knew that this elder Yu had always been proud and arrogant. Although he was only a 4th stage heaven opening realm cultivator, he had the ambition to devour the heavens. He couldn't be blamed for being arrogant. Elder Yu himself had the potential to become a 6th stage heaven opening realm cultivator, but because he had been deceived by a scoundrel, he ended up becoming a 4th stage heaven opening realm cultivator. Moreover, Elder Yu hadn't been in the heaven opening realm for very long, so he probably hadn't heard of that woman's name yet. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? However, it didn't matter. It was just 2 workers, so that woman wouldn't make a fuss over a small matter. However, in this case, the 10 million heaven opening pills would probably have to be returned. Otherwise, it would be an excuse for her to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yun Zhenhua took out a communication bead and sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to prepare 10 million heaven opening pills. At the same time, he also sent someone to the first inn to invite Madame Lan over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Return the money, return the money. Those 2 workers had disrupted the auction and made malicious bids. In the end, they had basically smashed all of the auction items into their own hands. This matter had to be properly discussed with Madame Lan. Just as Elder Bai was knocked unconscious, a young woman rushed into the first inn. When the worker in the inn saw her, he hurriedly came over and said with a smile, "Dear customer, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The woman hurriedly said, "I'm looking for your lady boss, Madame Lan." The worker looked her up and down, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but the lady boss doesn't receive guests. If you have something to tell me, it's the same. I'll tell the lady boss later." It was Lord Yang who told me to come. He said that I definitely had to tell the lady boss. The woman said, "Lord Yang? Which Lord Yang?" The worker was puzzled. There were many people with the surname Yang in Star City. Yang Kai, Lord Yang. The person who had rushed to the first inn was Luo Hai. She had left when the auction ended, but Yang Kai had secretly instructed her to do something, so she had rushed to the first inn. "Yang Kai told you to come here?" Behind the counter, the accountant who had been doing the accounts suddenly looked up at Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes." "What's the matter? Where's that kid?" the accountant asked. Luo Hai shook her head and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, the accountant couldn't help but laugh. This woman's strength wasn't high, and it seemed that she hadn't even condensed a Dao seal. She was a delicate and naive person. Yang Kai had told her to find the lady boss, and she had gone to find the lady boss. She hadn't even said anything when the accountant asked. Since she was someone who Yang Kai had called to deliver a letter, there must be something. The accountant said, "Take her to see the lady boss." The worker nodded. "Miss, please come with me." He led the way to the backyard with Luo Hai following closely behind. Not long after, they arrived at the lady boss's room. The worker bowed and said, "Lady boss, this miss wants to see you. She said that Yang Kai had asked her to come here." "Let her in." The lady boss's voice came out. "Please." The worker gestured. Luo Hai took a deep breath and thanked the worker before pushing the door open and entering. The first thing she saw was a woman's room. It was very elegantly arranged, and a fragrant scent lingered at the tip of her nose. Turning her head, Luo Hai saw a voluptuous woman sitting on a chair in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her stunning face was reflected in the bronze mirror. Their eyes met, and the lady boss asked, "Where's that damn brat?" "Damn brat?" Luo Hai secretly stuck out her tongue. She knew the lady boss was talking about Yang Kai, so she immediately said, "When I parted with him, he was at the Fengyun auction house." The lady boss frowned and said while combing her hair, "Why did he go there?" Suddenly, she remembered that the Fengyun auction house was also in debt, so he should have gone there to collect his debts. She also remembered that when she had just arrived in Star City, Yang Kai had not returned home one night, and when she asked him later, he said that he had spent the night in a woman's house. After sizing her up, The lady boss furrowed her brows. Although this girl could be considered pretty, it was obvious that her strength was very low. Furthermore, her expression was timid, as if she had never seen the world. Could it be that this brat had spent the night in her house? Why did he ask you to come find me? The lady boss asked. Luo Hai quickly stepped forward and unfolded the things she had been holding tightly in her hand. He asked me to give you these things. The lady boss turned her head and saw 3 space rings. 3 rings, one obviously had Yang Kai's aura, one had Bai Chi's aura, and obviously belonged to these 2, while the last one seemed to be ownerless. The lady boss reached out and took the rings, and with her divine sense, she first checked Yang Kai's ring and couldn't help but raise her brow. Inside the ring, there was a large pile of heaven-opening pills, and it was clear that this brat had recently collected his debts. He had never given them to her, and she didn't know why he had asked an outsider to give them to him. She then looked at Bai Chi's ring, and it was the same, not much less than Yang Kai's. You 2 little bastards, just wait and see how this old lady will deal with you when you come back. The lady boss secretly cursed in her heart and looked up at Luo Hai. Do you know what's inside? These 2 rings were worth 3 to 400 million heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had actually asked someone from the Emperor realm who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal to send them back. Was he not afraid of any accidents? Although no one in Star City dared to do anything sneaky, it was better to be safe than sorry. Luo Hai shook her head. I haven't seen them. The lady boss's gaze softened slightly. Regardless of whether Luo Hai had seen them or not, the fact that she was able to return the rings meant that this woman was a trustworthy person. She didn't try to explain anything to Luo Hai. The difference in status and strength was too great, so she couldn't explain anything. She then looked at the 3rd ring. There was a large pile of random items, but there were also quite a few good items, which confused the lady boss. She casually handed the ring to Luo Hai and asked, "Where did he get these things?" Luo Hai took a look and covered her mouth as she said, "These are the things that were just auctioned off at the auction house." She also didn't know why these things would appear here. She simply followed Yang Kai's instructions and left first before finding a secluded place to wait silently. Before she left, Yang Kai gave her a bead and told her that something would be delivered to her later. She was to go to the first inn and hand it to the lady boss. Not long after, the bead flashed and 3 space rings appeared in front of Yang Kai. He participated in the auction? The lady boss was startled. Luo Hai nodded and said, Lord Yang basically won everything. This bastard. The lady boss suddenly stood up and was about to curse him when she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed dramatically as she cried out, "Not good." Taking back the space rings from Luo Hai's hand, her figure flickered and she rushed out, not even bothering to comb her hair carefully. Luo Hai stood dumbfounded in place, completely dumbfounded, but she still hurriedly followed after her. But where was the lady boss? The cashier behind the counter looked out in surprise and asked one of the shop assistants, "Why is the lady boss in such a hurry?" The shop assistant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Seeing Luo Hai come out, the cashier hurriedly called out to her and asked her a few questions. Hearing this, the cashier's expression also changed dramatically, faintly feeling that things had become a little troublesome. Chapter 3963. In the side room of the Tempest auction house, the two of them grimaced in pain. Both of them were injured and in extreme pain, so they naturally weren't happy. Comparatively speaking, Lao Bai's injuries were more serious. His chest was slightly sunken, his internal organs were damaged, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yang Kai only had a broken hand. However, these injuries weren't too serious for the two of them, and they only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Lao Bai sat cross-legged and was about to circulate his energy to heal his injuries when Yang Kai pulled him up. "Don't heal your injuries. What are you doing?" Cold sweat broke out on Lao Bai's forehead. He didn't understand why Yang Kai stopped him at this time. Yang Kai held his broken hand and looked at him. "Guess what the Tempest auction house is doing now?" "How would I know?" Lao Bai said angrily. How could he be in the mood to guess when Yang Kai didn't heal his injuries? He'd never been put under house arrest before, and it was the first time today. It was simply a great humiliation, and rage surged in his heart. Don't you have a brain? Yang Kai tapped his head. It's such a simple matter. Just think about it and you'll understand. Lao Bai couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Yang Kai. However, he suddenly thought of something and cried out in a low voice. Oh no, I'm afraid we'll alarm the lady boss. After all, he and Yang Kai were the attendants of the first inn. Even though the Tempest auction house had a good reason to injure and put them under house arrest, they would definitely notify the lady boss and let her come over to deal with it. Instantly, he had a vexed expression and sighed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done that. He didn't want to alarm the lady boss. After all, it was just a trivial matter. If he didn't come over, it would be because he was incapable. If the lady boss was disturbed, it would be because of his incompetence, and it would be quite embarrassing. When he raised his head and saw Yang Kai's spurious smile, he frowned. You did it on purpose? Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai had maliciously bid against him in the auction house and basically got all the auction items. In the end, he didn't pay and wanted to leave. How could he leave? The situation was bound to develop to its current state. In the end, the Wind Cloud auction house would definitely invite the lady boss over. At that time, Shi Feng had thought that Yang Kai had some brilliant idea. Yang Kai chuckled. Did you just understand? Lao Bai was a little confused. Didn't you say not to alarm the lady boss? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. That was then and that was then. Previously, even if Feng Yun had invited the lady boss over, it might not have worked. If Feng Yun auction house was determined to renege on their debt, would the lady boss still be able to snatch it from them? In the beginning, she said that if you cooperate, you can just pay up. If you don't cooperate, she will have to go to the headquarters of some forces to talk. I don't know where Feng Yun Blessed Land is, but it's definitely not too close. Why bother lady boss to make this trip? Then now... As Senior White spoke, his eyes lit up, and he faintly understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai also grinned sinisterly. Now that you and I have been seriously injured and don't have much time left, the lady boss will naturally have an excuse and reason to make trouble. If we want to appease the lady boss's anger, what is a trivial debt of 10 million? Seriously injured and don't have much time left. The corners of Senior White's mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if he was seeing him for the first time. This little brat was too treacherous. You and I can easily get back the 10 million by suffering some physical pain, so it's worth it. When the time comes, we might even be able to casually ask the Wind Cloud auction house for some compensation. Not only was he treacherous, but his heart was also black. Senior White thought to himself as he said, "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to grab those auction items and run away." Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. There are 2 4th-stage Heaven Opening Realm Masters guarding this place. How can you and I escape with our insignificant strength? It wasn't that there was no chance. Since he could deliver the 3 space rings to Luo Hai, he could naturally escape with Senior White in an instant. However, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. The first inn still had to open, so if he really ran away with Senior White, then all of his previous efforts would be for naught. If I'm not wrong, Yun Zhenhua should have already sent someone to invite. Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, he heard a familiar voice. Yun Zhenhua, come out and see me. The 2 of them stared at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The lady boss is here so quickly? Almost at the same time, the 2 brothers fell to the ground. Senior White's tongue was hanging out like a dead dog, his aura suddenly weak. Yang Kai casually slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood. He looked very miserable. In the other room, Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu, who were sitting at a table across from each other, were also astonished. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Madame Lan to arrive so quickly. The servant who had gone to deliver the letter had only just left. However, no matter what, it was fine as long as she was here. They had to properly explain today's matter to her so that she could carefully discipline her subordinates in the future. After exchanging a glance, The two stood up at the same time and walked out. No matter what, this person was a 6th stage heaven opening realm master, not someone the two of them could casually offend. They had to give enough face. Unexpectedly, before the two of them had even taken a few steps, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky. The cold, murderous intent was so dense that it seemed tangible, causing the entire Feng Yun auction house to tremble. Yun Zhenhua's hair stood on end, feeling his scalp go numb. Elder Yu's expression also became extremely solemn. Although he tried his best to resist, his bones still creaked under the pressure. The two of them did not understand why this Madame Lan had suddenly launched an attack. Although the tone of her previous words was not very polite, a 6th-level splitter of the heavens had the qualifications to do so, so it was understandable for her to speak like that. What was the meaning of suddenly using her aura to oppress others? Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was afraid of her? Both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu were somewhat angry. Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was a place where she could behave atrociously? At this moment, a few screams suddenly came from somewhere in the backyard, followed by a crashing sound. It seemed that the door of a room had been blasted apart. Yun Zhenhua turned his head to look at Elder Yu and shouted, "Let's go!" The two of them immediately walked towards the backyard and soon arrived at the place where the incident had occurred. It was the room where Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned. At this moment, they saw that in the courtyard, there were people lying haphazardly on the ground. They were all the attendants of Feng Yun auction house who had been arranged here to guard Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Wails rang out incessantly, all of them beaten up miserably. Needless to say, the person who had attacked was Madame Lan. In front of a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, how could these ants have any power to resist? The two of them were furious. No matter what, this was the Feng Yun auction house. Even if Madame Lan was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, she couldn't injure so many of them as soon as she arrived. Moreover, these people's injuries weren't light, and they would need at least a year to recover. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the smashed door. Looking inside, they saw a graceful back facing them in the room, squatting on the ground to check the injuries of the two detestable brats. "Lady Boss!" Lao Bai gasped for breath, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. "I'm afraid I won't make it. Lao Bai will remember the care you've given me all these years. I'll repay you in my next life." The lady boss squatted in front of him, her black hair hanging down and covering her eyes, so they couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai and Lao Bai could clearly hear the sound of her secretly gritting her teeth. "Shut up." The lady boss raised her hand and pinched Lao Bai's chin with a little force. Under Lao Bai's incredulous gaze, she directly knocked him out. However, the lady boss slowly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. "You two are really good." Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. The lady boss was also furious. When Luo Hai hurriedly reported to her, she vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately rushed over. Originally, she wanted to discuss with Yun Zhenhua how to resolve this matter, but when she arrived, she discovered that Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned here and their breathing was weak. In her fury, she couldn't care less and directly charged in. When she saw the two of them, she realized that she had been fooled. The two brats' breathing was weak, and their injuries were also real, but it wasn't as serious as she thought. They would naturally recover after a few days of recuperation. She actually thought that they were really beaten up badly. She secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that serious. After speaking, the lady boss slowly stood up with her eyes downcast, and a cold aura emanated from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. "Who injured them?" As she asked, she slowly turned around and swept her cold gaze over Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu. Being stared at like this, both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Yun Zhenhua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and frowned. "Madame Lan, is it? If you have something to say, we can talk it out." He had only heard of this woman's crazy reputation, but had never seen her in person. He felt that this beautiful woman in front of him was very different from what he had heard. Who hurt them? The lady boss ignored him and repeated the question again. The coldness in her eyes became even colder. Yun Zhenhua was furious. Chapter 3964. Before he could finish his thought, Madame Lan of the First Inn had already shattered his divine technique and pressed her palm against his chest. Elder Yu's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was no match for her. After all, she was a 6th-level Heaven Splitter, and he was only a 4th-level Heaven Splitter. He immediately retreated, and at the same time, the shadow of the mini-universe world appeared behind him. The aura of the world force suddenly filled the air, and the shadow of the mini-universe world disappeared in a flash. The lady boss followed like a shadow, her beautiful eyes cold. Old Man Yu only felt his neck tighten, and all the strength in his body came to a halt. By the time he reacted, his whole body had already been lifted up, a soft whip wrapped around his neck. Madame Lan was standing just 3 feet in front of him, the source of the whip in her hand. The cold air around her was thick. How was this possible? Elder Yu's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that he was no match for Madame Lan, and the difference between their grades of Heaven Splitter was obvious. However, he never thought that she would be so strong. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Madame Lan, he could at least hold on for a while. At that time, shopkeeper Yun would naturally come to help. As long as the aftermath of the battle here spread out, the people of the Great War Heavens would naturally come out. As long as the people of the Great War Heavens showed up, this fight wouldn't happen, and everyone could sit down and have a good talk. However, in the face of absolute strength, this illusion was shattered. This was a 6th-level Heaven Splitter? Even a high-grade Heaven Splitter couldn't be more powerful, right? Although Elder Yu was a 4th-level Heaven Splitter, he had seen high-grade Heaven Splitters in action before. He could vaguely feel that this Madame Lan's strength wasn't something that a 6th-level Heaven Splitter could compare to. On the side, Yun Zhenhua's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Madame Lan, please show mercy." It wasn't that his reaction was slow, but that the lady boss was too fast. She captured Elder Yu in a breath's time, and he didn't even have time to help. Seeing Elder Yu being strangled by the soft whip and suspended in midair, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. On the other side, Kai Yang, who was holding his broken hand, was also dumbfounded. 3 parts of his blood was boiling, and 3 parts of his jaw dropped. Oh my God, isn't the lady boss a bit too fierce? She actually dared to fight in this star market, not giving any face to the Fengyun auction house. What if the people of the Great War Heavens? After all, this star city was de Zhan Tian's property. However, it had to be said that this scene was quite satisfying. It was a pity that Lao Bai had fainted, otherwise, he would definitely call him over to watch it together. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss suddenly asked. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what she was asking. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was talking to him. He quickly said, 3 sticks. The lady boss nodded lightly. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm, which landed squarely on Elder Yu's chest. Elder Yu immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. Cracking sounds could be heard from his chest. Yun Zhenhua's eyes narrowed as he rushed over to support Old Man Yu. The two of them stood side by side as they glared at Old Man Yu. The lady boss flicked her sleeves, and the soft whip in her hand shrank back like a snake, disappearing without a trace. With an indifferent expression, she said, "You broke 3 of my men's ribs, so I'll break 3 of yours. It's very fair." Elder Yu gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Yun Zhenhua's eyes were also about to pop out of their sockets. Yang Kai stood behind her and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He was the one who broke the ribs just now, and Elder Yu only fractured the bones in his hand. This matter seemed to have gotten out of hand. Now, we can talk properly. The lady boss raised her smooth chin. Her slender body was like a majestic mountain, blocking in front of Yang Kai, as if she could block out all the storms. These words were undoubtedly in response to Yun Zhenhua. Just now, when the lady boss was inspecting Yang Kai and Old Bai's injuries, Yun Zhenhua had said that they could talk properly. Unfortunately, the lady boss didn't care at all. She first captured Elder Yu, who had injured them, and then broke 3 of his ribs. Only then did she give them a chance to talk. What else was there to talk about? Elder Yu had never suffered such humiliation in his life. At this moment, the blood in his heart was boiling like a volcano that was about to erupt. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker, he would have already pounced forward to take revenge. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he ignored it. In his eyes, there was only the woman in white, and his hatred was etched into his bones. Yun Zhenhua also didn't say a word. He didn't expect this Madame Lan to be even more unreasonable than the rumors. Moreover, she didn't give him any face at all. His mouth was filled with bitterness as he stuffed it into his mouth. He had already sent a message to the headquarters to inquire about the destruction of the first inn, and it was confirmed that there was indeed an expert from his clan who acted in the first inn. The destruction of the first inn was indeed related to his clan. However, that person didn't have a good relationship with him. Although they were both from Feng Yun Blessed Land, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Why did he have to pay for the trouble caused by someone else? He oversaw the Feng Yun auction house, and as the shopkeeper of this place, the annual income would more or less become his capital to climb up the ranks. 10 million heaven-opening pills wasn't a small amount, and if he didn't have 10 million, then he would have worked for nothing this year. Therefore, he flatly refused Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and didn't intend to clean up after them at all. He thought that even if Madame Lan came personally, he would ignore her. After all, he wasn't the one who acted in the first inn, and Madame Lan couldn't possibly force him to pay for it. Later, he would just let Madame Lan go to the headquarters to find the person who acted. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a disaster? Elder Yu was a proud and arrogant person. He had already thought of paying for the damages and settling the matter peacefully, but he still underestimated Madame Lan. It's fine if you don't say anything. Yang Kai, you tell me. Madame Lan didn't even turn her head, her voice cold. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and threw out a spatial ring. He already knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million, so he had someone prepare it beforehand. It just so happened that it came in handy at this time. The lady boss caught it without even looking at it. She believed that Yun Zhenhua wouldn't do anything to the 10 million. Seeing that the lady boss had accepted the money, Yun Zhenhua said, "The money has been paid, and you've injured them. You should leave the things behind, right? You're talking about this?" The lady boss reached out and took out another spatial ring. With a shake of her hand, a large pile of items appeared in front of everyone. They were the items from the previous auction. Why were they in her hands? Yun Zhenhua didn't understand. He thought that Yang Kai had hidden these things somewhere. "Yang Kai, they injured you. Although I've collected some interest, this isn't the end of it. You can take anything you want, just treat it as shopkeeper Yun's compensation to you and Old Bai." Although the lady boss was speaking to Yang Kai, her pair of cold eyes were fixed on Yun Zhenhua. The latter's face twitched upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to speak again. This woman was really, as the rumors said, a madwoman, a completely unreasonable madwoman. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just accepted the 10 million. None of this would have happened. Seeing the miserable state of Yang Kai and Old White, they were filled with righteous indignation and clamored to avenge the two brothers. Yang Kai was afraid of them. The lady boss had just made a big fuss and even took back her capital and interest. If they were to talk about losses, it was the Feng Yun auction house that had suffered a great loss. At this time, he didn't dare to let them add fuel to the fire. He hurriedly persuaded them and finally dispelled their thoughts. "Take Old White over. Are you too blind?" The lady boss turned her head and glared at the accountant and the cook. The accountant shuddered and hurriedly went forward to take the unconscious Old White. Rest well for the next few days. It's more important to heal your injuries first. The lady boss turned around and reminded Yang Kai. It was the first time that he had seen her speak to him so amiably. Yang Kai was not used to it, but he still agreed. I'm tired. The lady boss yawned and walked toward the backyard. She was so charming that countless diners in the hall couldn't help but stare at her. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the lady boss's hair was not combed and just draped over her shoulders. Only after the lady boss's figure disappeared did the quiet lobby suddenly burst into a clamor. Yang Kai grimaced and said, I'm going back to rest too. After this big fuss, he was also very tired. In the following days, Yang Kai finally experienced what it meant to live like a prince. Every day, the cook personally sent over many nourishing and blood-nourishing foods. They were all very nutritious. In addition to the cook's excellent cooking skills, Yang Kai ate every meal clean. In the cook's words, it was like being licked by a dog. After eating for several days, Yang Kai was so nourished that his qi and blood were surging. In the end, he really did not want to eat anymore. The cook said that the lady boss had ordered them to watch him finish eating. Not only him, but Old White also did the same. There was no other choice but to finish the food. With these nutritious foods and his own recovery ability, Yang Kai was fully recovered in a few days. Although Old White was not as good, it would not take long for him to fully recover. He did not need to go out to run errands. This was the benefit of the injured. The two brothers had nothing to do all day. After going through such a trial together, their relationship improved a lot. From time to time, they would get together to chat and fart. Old Bai was a little worried because he had never seen the lady boss show so much concern for any of the workers in all these years. He was always a little suspicious, wondering if the lady boss was going to give them a bowl of candied dates first, and then wait until their injuries were healed before giving them a beating with a club. He was on tenterhooks all day. He could not even taste the food that the cook sent over. Yang Kai did not think much of it at first, but after hearing Old White's words, he also felt a little uneasy. All their debts were collected. Although the Feng Yun auction house incident was a secret, the truth could not be hidden forever. They did not know how the news leaked out, but half of the shopkeepers in Star City knew that the lady boss of the First Inn went to the Feng Yun auction house to collect debts. Not only did she injure the shopkeeper, but she also extorted a lot of things. Who could sit still after hearing this? Those who still owed money personally sent 10 million to the First Inn, afraid that the lady boss would visit them one day when she was in a bad mood. Including the money that Yang Kai and Old Bai had taken back, all of the forces that had attacked the first hotel had to pay 10 million gold coins. Yang Kai's debt was reduced by 10 million because of this. Now, he only owed the lady boss 6 million. Chapter 3966. After more than a month, Yang Kai picked up the shadowless veil and raised his brow. Lady boss, this thing. He vaguely felt that the shadowless muslin was somewhat different from before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. The lady boss lazily replied, I asked someone to help you refine it and improve the mysteries of this artifact, but it has already been fixed, so the degree of improvement isn't very great. Refine. Yang Kai's heart trembled. He had experienced many of the wonders of this shadowless muslin and knew it was an extremely good artifact. For such a thing to continue being refined, it was obvious that the person who refined it was extremely skilled in artifact refining. Although the lady boss's identity was extraordinary, asking such a person to help him would likely come at a price. Why was this woman so good to him? Yang Kai was puzzled. If she had stood up for him and Old White a few days ago because of the First Inn's reputation, then there was no way to explain the shadowless muslin. Holding on to the shadowless muslin, Yang Kai cautiously asked, How much is it? Just borrowing 7 surfaces had cost him 5 million. The cost of refining the shadowless muslin was probably not small. Was the lady boss going to put the bill on him again? How long would it take for him to pay back the money he owed? Hearing this, the lady boss opened her eyes slightly, stared at him for a while, and then closed them again. What does this mean? Yang Kai was confused by her words, But since she didn't say how much it cost, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue asking. In any case, he would just pretend he hadn't spent any money and happily asked, "So now it can avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens?" "In your dreams?" the lady boss sneered. "What kind of improvement is that?" Yang Kai was stunned. The shadowless muslin could not avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens before, but if the other party was not careful enough, they would have overlooked it. This was the case back in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Yuan Xiaoman and the other fourth-rank splitters were all focused on exploring the Golden Crow Divine Palace and failed to discover him. The lady boss said unhurriedly, "I've already said that the improvement is limited. Under the same conditions, the middle-ranked splitter the heavens had a 70% chance of seeing through illusions, but now it's only 40% or 30%. Yang Kai nodded, still smiling. This was not bad. The chances of being seen through had decreased a lot. It was indeed an improvement. It could save his life at a critical moment. "Thank you, Lady Boss." Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. "Do you have any other orders?" The lady boss climbed onto the bed and rested her hands on her chin. Her legs were long and slender, and her hips were round and firm. Her graceful curves formed a soul-stirring arc at her waist. She lazily said, "My shoulders are a little sore." Did she want him to massage her shoulders? Yang Kai blinked. However, when he looked over, the scene in front of him was really captivating. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. He scratched his face and said, "This isn't good, right?" It was one thing for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, but if they were to touch each other, who knew what other people would think if they saw them? The lady boss didn't say anything. Yang Kai stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then he made up his mind and walked over. He sat on the edge of the bed and raised his hand to massage the lady boss's shoulder. She wasn't afraid, so what was he afraid of? He took it as a sign of thanks. Thinking this way, his mood became a lot more relaxed. He didn't feel like he was being restrained. He gently massaged. He couldn't feel anything through the layer of clothes. The lady boss's eyes were closed, so he couldn't see her expression. "2 days of flying at full speed wasn't considered short. In that case, the space spirit bead's teleportation distance couldn't compare to the Qingkuan escape technique. At the very least, as long as he was in a large territory, the Qingkuan escape technique would be effective. This was not surprising. The foundation of the Qingkuan escape technique was the Qingkuan Palace. There was the Qingkuan escape seal in the palace, and there were many large formations supporting it. It made sense that its effective range was greater than the space spirit bead. A few days later, a familiar world appeared in front of Yang Kai. The 9th underworld continent. Just like last time, he broke through the shackles of the world barrier and rushed into this mini-universe world. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the telepathic thoughts of the great emperors in this place sweep over him. Immediately after, an old man appeared in front of him out of thin air. He bowed slightly, a look of surprise on his face. "Special Envoy Yang?" The old man was the sect master of Tianshan, Bao Zedong. He was also the one who welcomed Yang Kai the last time he came. "Sect Master Bao." Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting. Bao Zedong asked curiously, "Special Envoy Yang, why are you here? Does Madame Lan have any orders?" Yang Kai sighed. "She doesn't have any orders. The lady boss is hungry and wants to eat the snowy skyline again. She asked me to come and pick some for her." Bao Zedong was shocked. "Madam wants to eat it again? Is there a problem?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Bao Zedong waved his hand. "No problem, no problem. Special Envoy Yang, please come with me." He was curious why Madame Lan wanted the snowy skyline again so soon. In the past, Madame Lan didn't want it even once every 10 or 20 years. She would only ask someone to pick it when she passed by this place. However, only half a year had passed since the last time. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask too much. He apologized and went forward to grab Yang Kai's arm. He called for a woman and ordered her to pick some for the snowy skyline. Bao Zitong was about to invite Yang Kai to sit down when Yang Kai said, "Let's go together." Bao Zitong nodded. "Sure." The three of them set off and flew towards a certain part of Heavenly Mountain. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a valley. The valley wasn't large and was surrounded by mountains. However, when Yang Kai arrived, he could clearly feel that there were strong cultivators guarding this place. Although they weren't at the level of the great emperors, they were at the limit of this world. In addition, there were layers of formations set up inside and outside the valley. It was obvious that Heavenly Mountain attached great importance to this place. In the valley, there were about 50 to 60 small trees that were as tall as two people. Yang Kai had never seen those trees before, but the fruits hanging on the trees were very familiar. Chapter 3968. When he arrived at the lady boss's room, Yang Kai knocked on the door. A cold voice immediately came from inside the room, "Get in here." Yang Kai shrunk his neck. He knew that Lao Bai was not lying. The lady boss did not seem to be in a good mood. Even her tone sounded very creepy. However, he was on a mission, so he was not afraid of anything. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. "Lady boss, I'm back." Inside the room, the lady boss was sitting on a chair. She glanced at him with a cold expression. Hearing him, she laughed. "You still have the guts to come back? You still have the nerve to come back?" She slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Why don't you die outside? Didn't you ask me to pick the snow sky frontline?" Now that she was saying such things again, Yang Kai felt a burst of anger in his heart. Clenching his fists, he was about to argue back, but then he remembered how she had rushed to the storm auction house to save him and old Bai. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he stepped forward without saying a word. "Lady boss, I've brought back what you wanted." "What I wanted? What did I want?" The lady boss clenched her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. As soon as she finished speaking, her small mouth opened slightly. She stared blankly at a bamboo basket on the table. The bamboo basket was filled with red and black fruits the size of a baby's fist. They smelled very fresh, as if they had just been picked. "The snow sky frontline?" The lady boss was shocked. Her anger disappeared in an instant. She said in a daze, "Where did you get it?" Yang Kai sneered, "Where else could I get it?" The lady boss suddenly stood up and said in shock, "You went to the 9 Serenities continent?" Yang Kai said in annoyance, "Nonsense, this is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. Where else could I go?" "You disappeared for a while because you went to the 9 Serenities continent?" The lady boss still could not believe it. Her eyes were wide open. "Where else did you think I went?" Yang Kai glanced at her and was surprised to find that the lady boss had a look of guilt and fear in her eyes. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't know what she was afraid of. "How did you get to the 9 underworlds continent?" asked the lady boss. "How else can we go? It's just—" Yang Kai paused, suddenly realizing that there was no way to explain this. He didn't have a flight-type artifact that could resist the tearing force of the territory gates, so how could he pass through them? If he were to tell the lady boss that he used his physical body to travel through space, she probably wouldn't believe him, so he decided not to tell her more. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to eat it, then eat it quickly. It won't be fresh if it's left for too long. I'm going to rest first." He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, his collar was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned his head and saw that the lady boss was standing behind him, grabbing his clothes. "What? Hey, why are you taking off my clothes?" Yang Kai's face was filled with panic. The lady boss had directly grabbed him and thrown him onto the bed, one hand holding him down while the other undid his clothes. What was wrong with this woman? He wanted to resist, but in the hands of a 6th-grade heaven splitter, he couldn't even summon the slightest bit of strength, so how could he resist? After a few seconds, his clothes were undone. "Have you gone crazy?" Yang Kai shouted angrily, his eyes spitting fire. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could a woman force a man onto the bed and strip him? He angrily glared at her, only to see the lady boss staring blankly at her exposed chest and waist. Then she stretched out a hand and gently touched them. Her touch was warm and tugging at his heartstrings. Chapter 3969. You're the only ones who know how to make people happy. The lady boss chuckled and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. It was not until her figure disappeared that the quiet lobby became noisy again. What's going on? Yang Kai stared at the accountant, but the accountant was confused. Didn't they say that the lady boss would be depressed for a long time every time she ate the snowy skyline? Why was she so different this time? Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady boss put on that hairpin. Lao Bai didn't care about wiping the floor anymore. He leaned over and whispered. His face was full of horror, and no one knew what he was thinking. How could he not see that the lady boss had purposely held the silver-gilded phoenix hairpin and asked for Yang Kai and the accountant's opinion? What's wrong with the hairpin? Yang Kai had just joined the First Inn not long ago, so he was confused. That hairpin... The accountant frowned and said, it was given to the lady boss by a very important person. The lady boss hasn't worn it for a long time. And the lady boss's attitude today is not right. Lao Bai stared in the direction of the backyard. There must be a reason for this abnormality. The accountant clicked his tongue. So should I go or not? Yang Kai asked. Just now, the lady boss had called him over and said that she had something to tell him. He had made up his mind not to go to the lady boss for the next 3 days, but now he was in a dilemma. Go, go, go. Lao Bai grabbed his arm and pushed him towards the inner courtyard. The lady boss summoned you. How can you not go? Nothing will happen, right? Yang Kai was worried. He didn't want to be drunk by the lady boss again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Lao Bai said impatiently. Yang Kai had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the inner courtyard. After he left, Lao Bai returned to the counter and looked at Yang Kai's figure. He sighed and said, it's been so many years. It's time to come out. The accountant lowered his eyes and said, it's not easy to come out of a blood feud. But it's not bad to have something to rely on. By the way, have you investigated Yang Kai's background? Don't let anything happen in the end. Lao Bai said, how can I not know when I'm personally involved? He has only been in the trichiliacosm for a short while, so he doesn't need to investigate much. Moreover, this fellow's personality is very much to my liking. He doesn't seem like someone from that side. That's good. The accountant heaved a sigh of relief. If you fall in the same place twice, Lady Boss won't be able to get up again. The two looked at each other and sighed heavily. In the boudoir, the proprietress was sitting upright. After Yang Kai came in, he was a little worried. Fortunately, there was no smell of alcohol in the room, and there were no messy fruit pits. It seemed that the proprietress did not drink last night. This is for you. Go back and refine it. The lady boss didn't say anything else. She directly handed Yang Kai a spindle-shaped object. Yang Kai took it and raised his eyebrows. Territory shuttle? He had seen this thing before. Previously, when he was in the Star Market, he had gone to many shops and seen many things to buy and sell in the Star Market. This territory shuttle was one of them. As the name implied, this thing was a secret treasure specially used to travel through the territory gate. The 100 Refinements Hall sold it, and it seemed that according to the quality, it was divided into several grades. The lowest grade started at 100,000, and then there were hundreds of thousands, millions, and even millions. The better the quality, the more expensive it was. Of course, it could be used for a longer time. The lowest grade territory shuttle could only withstand 3 to 5 shuttles. And that fourth-stage heaven-opening powerhouse was an elder from a second-class force. Since then, no one dared to casually cause trouble in Star City. If there really was some unresolvable grudge between them, they could set up a life-or-death contract and enter the Azura field to determine victory or defeat. In any case, they couldn't cause trouble in Star City. Mr. Hai and the others were ashamed and indignant. This feeling of being surrounded by so many people was very uncomfortable, and they wished they could find a piece of cloth to cover their faces with. Yang Kai and Luo Hai were also embarrassed. Yang Kai was a bit better off, as this matter wasn't their fault. It was Mr. Hai who had been too domineering and arrogant, bringing this disaster upon himself. Luo Hai was a woman after all. Being surrounded and pointed at by so many people, she could hear the constant whispers of disdain mixed in, causing her to feel ashamed and unable to show her face. However, this group of people from the Great War Heavens seemed to have the intention of showing off their might. Wherever there was a crowd, that was where they would go. Moreover, they walked at a leisurely pace, covering almost half of Star City. Seeing the silver-armored general teach Mr. Hai a lesson, Yang Kai had secretly applauded him, causing his impression of the Great War Heaven to rise to a whole new level. But now, he no longer had a good impression of the Great War Heaven, only feeling that this group of people was truly abominable. After walking for more than an hour, the group arrived in front of a massive building. This was a large hall that stood at the center of Star City. It was the governor's mansion. Yang Kai had been in Star City for quite some time now, so he naturally had some understanding of the governor's mansion. This place was set up by the Great War Heaven in Star City and was in charge of managing Star City. There was an extraordinarily strong governor in charge of this place. Normally, it was deserted, with only the disciples of the Great War Heaven coming in and out. Arriving here, the silver-armored general led them in and then passed through a checkpoint, leading them all the way down into a dungeon. The light in the dungeon was dim, and a rotten smell filled the air. It was dark and damp. 1 cell per person, lock them in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and the several people who had been escorted back were immediately separated and locked into cells. Luo Hai had never experienced such a situation before, and her beautiful face immediately paled. Even though Yang Kai was comforting her, her mood was still unstable. With a bang, the cell door closed, and Yang Kai stood in the cell, a strange expression on his face. They had been locked up. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a cell. Fortunately, his cultivation was not restricted. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that the cell was not so solid. If he wanted to, he could forcibly break it open, but breaking it open would be useless. There was no way to escape, and it would only make things more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that the people of the Great War Heaven would act impartially and release him and Luo Hai as soon as possible. Opposite him, young Master Hai and the 2 third-rank Kai Tian Realm Masters coldly glanced over. Young Master Hai was constantly shouting and cursing, saying that he would make Yang Kai pay a painful price. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, pretending not to hear. However, young Master Hai had only been shouting for a while before someone from the Great War Heaven came over and whipped him through the cell door, causing him to scream and not dare to make another sound. What does Madame Lan think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Are you going to let him go or not? The lady boss looked straight into his eyes. Yi Tianxiong smirked and lowered his head to deal with the documents. The lady boss turned around and left. All right. I'll announce to the world what happened in the bamboo forest in the Purple Jade Cave realm 800 years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yi Tianxiong, blocking her way. Their eyes met. The lady boss's smooth chin was held high with a smug look on her face. Yi Tianxiong's face twitched slightly. After a long while, Yi Tianxiong said, "You're still as shameless as before. A woman like you is also a weirdo." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. What do you say now?" Yi Tianxiong said, Before the matter is investigated, no one can break the rules of Star City. Otherwise, where will the dignity of the governor's office be? So you're not letting him go? The lady boss's eyes narrowed slowly. Yi Tianxiong said, if it's proven that your men have nothing to do with this matter, I'll deal with it impartially. The lady boss thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then I'll wait here and see how you deal with it impartially. She turned around and sat on a chair at the side. She did not hold back and slammed the table. Don't you know how to serve tea when you're an esteemed guest? Is this how the people of Great War Heaven treat their guests? Yi Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He clapped his hands and someone immediately rushed in from outside and saluted. Governor. Yi Tianxiong pointed at the lady boss. Serve the tea. The person turned to look at Madame Lan with an incredulous expression. However, he still replied, yes. He turned around and left. After that, Yi Tianxiong's divine sense surged again. No one knew who he was sending a message to. After a while, an elderly man walked in and greeted the viceroy. This elderly man was the master of punishments who had questioned Yang Kai and the others before. Yi Tianxiong said, have you questioned the people who committed the crime? The master of punishments cupped his hands and said, I have. What exactly happened? Although the master of punishments found it strange that the governor would ask about such a trivial matter, he did not dare to ignore the governor's questions. He immediately explained the whole story. He had asked them one by one just now and had already figured out what had happened. Yi Tianxiong listened without batting an eyelid, but the lady boss was furious. Listen to it yourself. It was those 3 people who caused trouble in Star City and disregarded the rules of Great War Heaven. My servant was just helping out when he saw injustice. You guys arrested him without any reason. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off. In the boudoir, the lady boss put Yang Kai down and let him lie on the bed. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Then she pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and threw a pill into it. She ordered, swallow it. Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air as he swallowed the pill into his stomach. The next moment, a small hand touched his back. He didn't know what she was applying on his back. It was cool and refreshing, and the pain immediately lessened. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai realized that he was in the lady boss's boudoir. He immediately felt embarrassed. Lady boss, I'm sorry for the trouble. The lady boss didn't say anything. She only focused on applying the ointment on Yang Kai's back. A series of footsteps sounded. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw Old Bai, the cook, and the accountant huddle in. They stood beside the bed and looked at him. Old Bai asked worriedly, are you okay? Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. I'm fine. Chef clicked his tongue. That's 2 whips. That's really vicious. The accountant sighed and said, why did you get into a conflict with someone in the Star City? The Star City under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens is the most strict. No one dares to cause trouble in their territory. The lady boss snorted coldly. Isn't it because of jealousy? Hi, you're all the same. Jealousy? Old Bai was surprised. Yang Kai said with a wronged expression, don't listen to the lady boss's nonsense. It's not like that at all. It's someone bullying the weak and looking for trouble. I'm talking nonsense? The lady boss sneered. You even took a dragon tooth whip for someone else. How dare you say it's not jealousy? I think your soul has been taken away by that little vixen. As she said this, she slapped Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale. He almost lost his soul from the slap. Old Bai and the others watched from the side and swallowed their saliva. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, the lady boss stood up and said, rest well for the next few days. Don't move around. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a few days. Thank you, lady boss. Yang Kai thanked her. He hesitated for a moment and said, but lady boss, this is your room. If I rest here, where will you go? Rest well and rest well. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Old Bai and the others were soon driven out by the lady boss. Stay here. I'll be back soon, the lady boss said and turned to leave. After a while, the door opened and there was a rush of footsteps. It didn't sound like the lady boss's voice. Yang Kai looked sideways and suddenly said in surprise, Miss Luo? It was Luo Hai. On second thought, it should be the lady boss who brought her here. Otherwise, how could Luo Hai enter the inner yard of the first store? Luo Hai's eyes were red and there were tears on her face. Obviously, she had cried. She came to the bed and said in a trembling voice, Lord Yang, how are you? Young Master Hai followed their gazes and his eyes lit up. Which family does this little girl belong to? She's quite beautiful. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the middle-aged man and the old man both paled as they cursed in their hearts. You pig! I'm afraid we're going to die because of you. Although they didn't know who this peerless beauty in front of them was, her aura was as deep as the sea and was not something the two of them could compare to. This was definitely a mid-rank splitting the heavens, perhaps even higher. How could such a master be humiliated so casually? However, young Master Hai didn't know what was good for him, and the more he looked at this woman, the more pleasing she seemed to be to his eyes. Even the wounds on his back didn't hurt as much as before. Grinning widely, he said, Quickly, capture her for me, this young master wants to treat her well. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice, Young master, be careful with your words. The old man's body flashed as he stood in front of his young master, cupping his hands and saying, This old man greets the master. May I ask why this master is blocking our way and why you destroyed our flight artifact? The lady boss smiled sweetly. When you were making things difficult for my servant, did you not inquire about who was behind him? Your servant? The old man frowned, then suddenly seemed to recall something and said in shock, The first in, Madame Lon? The lady boss coldly snorted, Old thing, you're not too stupid after all. The old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his mouth full of bitterness. Looking around, he found that this was the depths of the void, where he could neither advance nor retreat. Being blocked here, how could there be anything good to eat? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he cupped his hands and said, So it's Madame Lon, this old man's eyes are blind, please forgive me. After a pause, he continued, We come from Thoughtless Heaven. My young master is the grandson of Elder Thoughtless Heaven Ocean. The lady boss said indifferently, I know. You know? The old man's face was filled with horror. Since she knew, she still dared to block their way here, and even destroyed their flight artifact? Was this woman crazy? This queen has been waiting here for you. The lady boss coldly snorted and raised her slender jade hand. Her palm was white and crystal clear, as flawless as white jade, but when it was raised, it gave the old man a great sense of crisis, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Take the young master back to Star City, the lady boss exclaimed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly fled with young Master Hai. Do you think you can escape? The lady boss snorted. The servants of my first inn, other than this queen, will fight to the death with anyone who dares to hit or scold me. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her palm down, turning the universe upside down and shattering the void. When the lady boss withdrew her palm, the entire void was quiet. Whether it was the old man, the middle-aged man, or young Master Hai, they were all gone. Killing 3 people with a single palm, and they were all from Thoughtless Heaven, the lady boss acted as if nothing had happened. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her head to look at a certain spot in the void and coldly said, Was this a good show? In the void, a ripple spread, and a general in golden armor leisurely appeared, wearing a cherry blossom helmet and a long sword at his waist. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this golden armored general as the one who guarded the Void Fairy. He was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was only slightly weaker than Governor Yi Tianxiong, who oversaw Star City. The general in golden armor frowned slightly. Why bother? It's fine to teach them a lesson, but killing them won't do you any good. The lady boss squinted at him. So what if I kill them? Not only will I kill them, I will also kill Yi Tianxiong right now. The general in golden armor was speechless. Just a worker? Although he guarded the Void Fairy, it did not mean that he knew nothing about what happened in Star City. Furthermore, the lady boss had left the Void Fairy with murderous intent 2 days ago, so he could easily find out the ins and outs of the matter. That's my first-ins worker. The lady boss snorted. The general in golden armor nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 he's your first-ins worker. Your first-ins worker is more valuable than other people's worker. He sighed. After all, it's thoughtless heaven. In other words, it was fine to just teach them a lesson, but why did she have to kill them directly? Send a message to Hai Pingle right now. Let's see if he dares to come find me for revenge. The general in golden armor stared deeply at the lady boss and sighed. After being dormant for 1,200 years, are you going to make trouble again? You might not be so lucky this time. The lady boss glanced at him, flicked her sleeves, and said, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. After saying that, she rushed toward the Void Fairy. The general in golden armor stared at her back and slowly shook his head. Such a woman was more outstanding than many men, and he did not know if she would have a good ending. The return of the lady boss did not cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai did not even know when she came back. He only knew that one day, she suddenly appeared in the lobby and warmly greeted the customers in the shop. Days passed and nothing happened. Yang Kai spent all his time helping in the shop and refining the territory shuttle. From time to time, he would inquire about the Tree of World and the Earth Element heaven-opening materials, but unfortunately he did not find anything. He had also been to the Fengyun auction house many times. Although the lady boss had made a scene at the auction house because of him and White, he had the 7 faces with him, so he could enter safely by changing his appearance. He could not find any information about the Tree of World in the auction house. There were earth element materials, but they were all below the 5th grade, so they were meaningless to him. Whether it was the immortal tree's wood element energy or the golden crow primordial flame's fire element energy, they were all top-notch powers. Yang Kai did not want to waste such a good foundation, so he chose to condense earth element energy with high requirements. It had to be at least the 7th grade, or his future achievements would be limited. However, high-quality earth element materials were not so easy to find. The golden crow primordial flame last time was just a coincidence, and it was unrealistic to expect such an opportunity again. This made Yang Kai a little anxious. If he could not succeed, he would have to split open the sky. Outside this universe, he was still too weak. Last time, when he was troubled by the 2 3rd-grade heaven-opening experts by young Master Hai's side, he could not resist. He wanted to ask the lady boss, but he was too embarrassed. Moreover, if he really did ask, he would definitely expose some secrets. Although the lady boss was very good to him, their relationship was not to the extent of sharing secrets. Yang Kai could not help but have a headache. On this day, Yang Kai, who was busy in the lobby, suddenly heard the lady boss's call. He greeted Luo Hai and asked her to keep an eye on him, then went straight to the inner courtyard. After knocking and entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that White was also there. At this moment, White had an excited expression on his face. His eyes were shining, and his fists were clenched. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted the lady boss, then turned to look at White. Your face is glowing, and your glabella is shining. Is there good news? Senior White chuckled. There is indeed a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Yang Kai blinked and asked in confusion, what good news? Chapter 3978. As Elder Yu spoke, he had already arrived 1.5 miles away from the lake. He glanced at the lake that was steaming with clouds and mist and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be by Qi inside, right?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the lady boss, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, to hear it clearly. Since they could find out that Lao Bai needed the Yang Qi to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, it was not difficult to guess who was in the formation. "I'm going to take Bai Qi's life now. Lanuro, let's see how you choose." Elder Yu shouted. "Despicable!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This old man obviously saw that the lady boss was being restrained at this moment. She did not want to cause too much disturbance in the battle and interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, so he said these words. Once these words were spoken, it would definitely disturb the lady boss's state of mind. Moreover, if he really did make a move, unless the lady boss stopped him, there would be no one who could protect Lao Bai's safety. Once the lady boss was distracted, the already disadvantaged situation would definitely become even worse. In a battle of life and death, the winner takes all. What's the difference between despicable and noble? Elder Yu glanced at Yang Kai coldly. His hand's seals changed, activating the qi of heaven and earth. The aura of the world force lingered around him. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he was about to bombard the formation of the lake. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. The key to today's situation was Lao Bai. If Lao Bai could successfully advance, the lady boss could completely break free from the restraints and fight the three people without restraint. At that time, Lao Bai would join the battle. Even if he could not win, he would have the strength to protect himself. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the old dog named Yu ruin Lao Bai's plan. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he pounced on Elder Yu like a startled swan. Elder Yu stood in place, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He stared at Yang Kai's figure that pounced on him, and there was a faint mockery in his eyes, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and pushed forward. The speed of this palm strike could be said to be extremely slow. However, as this palm strike was pushed out, it was as if an entire world was pressing down on it. As the palm force pushed forward, the surrounding space shattered, and everything turned into dust. Yang Kai, who had been rushing forward at high speed, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall in an instant. His extreme movement turned into extreme stillness, and when a loud bang rang out, his internal organs rolled over, and blood gushed out of his mouth. However, he did not retreat at all. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear in the air. Gathering all the power in his body, he fiercely thrust the spear forward. Mysterious true intent of the martial Tao lingered on the tip of the spear. At the tip of the spear, there was even a fist-sized black hole that flashed before disappearing. Elder Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. He had thought that with Yang Kai's cultivation he would be reduced to dust in an instant. Who would have thought that he would only be injured? Moreover, the power released from this spear didn't seem like something that someone from the Emperor realm could display. Elder Yu's eyesight was extremely sharp, and at a glance, he could tell that the spear in Yang Kai's hand was no ordinary object. The black dragon spear was a gift from the giant god spirit Ada. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined the spear, but through his dragon vein, he could clearly feel that this spear had been refined from the spine of an adult dragon. He could only hope that Lao Bai would quickly advance. Moreover, he felt that he seemed to have underestimated the lady boss's strength. A 4th grade splitting the heavens couldn't even withstand a single blow from Miemeng. Could a 5th grade splitting the heavens withstand it? It would probably end up the same way. Then, what kind of combat strength did the lady boss, who could withstand Miemeng's attack and only suffered a small injury, have? Turning his head to look, the originally precarious situation had been turned around by the lady boss. Both sides were evenly matched. Moreover, those people were also paying attention to Yang Kai while fighting with the lady boss. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He knew that they were wary of Meng's terrifying attack, so they were constantly paying attention to his movements. They didn't know that Meng golden plume was the last one. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Step by step, he walked toward the battlefield. Sure enough, as he approached, Qi Jin's expression remained unchanged, but Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He were shocked. "What are you afraid of?" At the critical moment, Qi Jin shouted angrily, "This brat's strength is weak. So what if he can still summon Meng? He can't even get close to the battlefield. He's not a threat at all." Chapter 3979. These words hit the nail on the head, causing Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He to heave a sigh of relief. They thought that Qi Jin's words were reasonable. So what if that kid could activate the divine technique of Meng again? He couldn't even approach the battlefield, so who would be afraid of him? Only now did they understand why Yang Kai had repeatedly charged into the battlefield with Bai An's strength. So it was because of this. They couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If they had allowed him to approach a suitable distance at that time, then the one to die might not have been Elder Yu, but them. They didn't have the confidence to resist Meng's attack. When they thought up to here, they didn't hold back any longer, and violent strength wantonly swept out. In midair, the lady boss's soft whip contained the sound of wind and thunder. Every time she swung it, wind would rise and thunder would rumble, and the whip would create layer upon layer of afterimages. Not only did she protect herself, but she also protected the place where Senior Bai was behind her. However, even though she was strong, she was unable to fully display her strength due to her numerous misgivings. The situation that had been reversed due to Yang Kai's unexpected actions had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. The eyes of Qi Jin and the others almost split apart from rage, and they revealed anxious and disbelieving expressions. They'd already tried their best to overestimate the lady boss's strength, but only after they'd truly fought her did they realize that they'd still underestimated her. A 6th rank and 2 5th rank cultivators had actually fought with such difficulty under the premise that the lady boss could only use 70% of her strength. If she fought with her full strength, then the three of them might really not be a match for her. Qi Jin's expression was extremely unsightly, and he shouted explosively, "This bitch will probably advance to the 7th rank in a few days. If we don't kill her here today, then we can only wait for death." As soon as he spoke, Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He's pupils constricted. Right, 1,000 years ago, this woman before them was already at the 6th rank. Because of the death of a single person, blood flowed like rivers and corpses covered the entire world. After 1,000 years, it was impossible for her to still be in the same place. She was probably not far away from advancing to the 7th rank. 1,000 years ago, she was able to cause a monstrous slaughter in the 3,000 worlds. If she really advanced to the 7th rank, then who could stop her revenge? Therefore, when Qi Jin finished speaking, the three of them no longer dared to hold back, and they all used their trump cards to attack the lady boss. At this moment, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared in the lake protected by the formation behind the proprietress. The fluctuation was extremely strange, as if a new world was slowly being born, as if an ancient great being was creating a new world. Not good. Qi Jin's expression changed again, and he looked in the direction of the lake with a serious expression. Then Bai Qi is about to advance. They were all heaven-opening powerhouses, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with this fluctuation. This was shockingly the movement of a cultivator's body splitting open the heavens and splitting open the heavens. At this moment, there was still a formation protecting the lake, but the ripples were still spreading out. It was clear that Bai Qi's advancement this time was not small. The huge commotion caused by the advancement meant that the grade of splitting heaven he achieved would not be low, which was in line with the information they had heard before. They had used the 5th stage Yang Qi to lure the lady boss and the others here, so they naturally knew that Lao Bai was going to advance to the 5th stage splitting heaven. If White 7th successfully advanced at this time, then how could they still have a good life? Qi Jin immediately shouted, "Miss Yu He." The The beautiful woman understood tacitly and quickly left the battlefield with a feint. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the lake, leaving Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu to resist the proprietress, and the pressure on them increased sharply. Yuhi's figure flickered as she rapidly approached the lake. Yang Kai saw this scene and was extremely anxious. Without thinking, he blocked her path with his spear and pointed it forward. He hid his strength and shouted angrily, "If you dare come closer, I'll kill you without mercy." It was ridiculous for someone from the Emperor realm to say such words in front of a fifth-stage splitting heaven, but he had indeed used the Miemeng divine technique to kill a fourth-stage splitting heaven, so Yuhi was very afraid and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike was just a test, and she did not use her full strength. She was afraid that Yang Kai would summon Miemeng again. Yang Kai did not have any Miemeng golden plume left. The warning just now was just a show of strength. Facing this palm strike, he could neither dodge nor resist. His mouth was full of bitterness, and behind him was Lao Bai, who was on the verge of breaking through. He could only grit his teeth and send out a spear strike. With a loud boom, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His body was in mid-air, and countless sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Even though the attack of a fifth-stage splitting heaven was just a test, it was not something he could withstand. He was seriously injured by this palm strike. Yuhi was delighted when she saw this. How could she not know that Yang Kai had no more trump cards? If he could still summon Miemeng, he would not be in such a sorry state. She did not hesitate and rushed forward, quickly arriving at the edge of the lake. She raised her slender hand again, facing Lao Bai, and prepared to strike. "You dare!" Yang Kai's angry roar was heard, but he did not care about his injuries and returned. In front of the black dragon spear, a fist-sized black energy ball containing the power to annihilate all things in the world flew over. Yuhi looked at it coldly, and her other hand formed a seal. A mysterious power lingered on her fingertips. However, before she could point out this finger, she was in a trance, staring blankly ahead. Yang Kai, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, gradually merged with a figure in her memory from 1,000 years ago. "Tingyu!" Yuhi called out with a trembling voice. Previously, Yuhi had not paid close attention to Yang Kai. After all, he was just the Emperor realm, how could she pay attention to him? This time, she had only come to settle a grudge from the past. Even when she injured Yang Kai just now, she did not look at him directly. Chapter 3981. I'm just trying my best. Don't blame me if it fails. If it succeeds, then treat me to a drink later. As Yang Kai spoke, he withdrew a jade bottle, removed its cap, and opened Senior White's mouth before pouring the contents of the bottle into Senior White's mouth. Senior White was caught off guard and swallowed the contents of the bottle, and he didn't have the time to ask anything before his expression suddenly turned serious, and he stared at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. "How is it?" Yang Kai looked at him anxiously. After a long while, Senior White's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd understood something, and he cried out involuntarily with surprise. "Worldly elixir? Is it useful or not?" Yang Kai wished for nothing more than to kick him. "Why are you still bothering me about this at a time like this? Do you have more?" Senior White smacked his lips and revealed an expression of unwillingness. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, and he took out another bottle of worldly elixir and poured it into Senior White's mouth. Senior White gulped it down before he suddenly took a deep breath, and his dejection from before was swept away. He said in high spirits, "Move further away and watch me, Senior White, break open the heavens and seek the Grand Tao today." Yang Kai fled decisively and flew 50 kilometers away before he stopped. When he looked at Senior White from afar, He saw Senior White sitting cross-legged in space while forming seals with his hands. Even though they were 50 kilometers away, Xianxia was still able to clearly sense that the chaotic energy in Senior White's body was calming down swiftly, and a strand of profound aura was rising and falling slowly. It's really useful. Xianxia couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this. He'd thought of giving Senior White some worldly elixir on the spur of the moment, and he didn't know the exact effects. He'd taken the worldly elixir from the secret realm of heaven and earth in Heaven Void Hall, and it was a spirit elixir that was only born when the heavens and earth were formed. At that time, he'd collected a huge amount of worldly elixir, but he'd never really used it. He had heard that the reason the Iron Blood Great Emperor was stronger than the other Great Emperors was because he had taken the origin liquid in Heaven Void Hall. Xianxia had consumed it before. When the liquid entered his stomach and its effects took effect, he could still vividly remember the feeling of heaven and earth splitting apart in a daze. Lao Bai's current condition was that his yin, yang, and 5 elements were in chaos, and the newly formed mini-universe world in his body was unstable. Xianxia thought that this liquid might be of some use. Now, it seemed that it was more than just effective. It was simply the right medicine for the problem. With the passage of time, the chaotic aura disappeared and was replaced by the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Wisps of world energy emanated from Senior White's body, and under the perception of his divine sense, it seemed that a brand new world was being born there. Xianxia was excited, and his eyes did not move. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to split the heavens with this experience, he would have a lot more experience when he advanced in the future. Kong. A dull sound came from 100 kilometers away as the sound of a great bell rang out from Senior White's body. As the sound spread, a vibration wave spread out from him. As the vibration wave rippled, Senior White's aura suddenly deepened and condensed. Hong hong hong. The vibration wave continued to spread, and Senior White's aura rose steadily. There was no longer any sense of chaos, and a vague phantom slowly appeared behind him. In the beginning, the shadow was not very clear, but as time passed, the shadow gradually became more and more solid. Xianxia looked around and could not help but be surprised because the phantom was the first in, and it seemed that he had returned to the first in. This should be Senior White's mini-universe world. Xianxia suddenly understood. So far, he had only seen one mini-universe world that belonged to the heaven-opening realm. It was the mini-universe world of the fire spirit earthly guardian, Duanhai of the Qiqiao land. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed worm and separated from Zhang Ruoxi, Xianxia was introduced to that world by Duanhai. It was a sea with a lone island in the sea. It seemed that every cultivator's mini-universe world was different. Senior White was a waiter of the first inn, and the first inn was very important to him. The mini-universe world that he condensed after advancing to split the heavens was based on the first inn. Xianxia understood. Senior White's situation had stabilized, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced to split the heavens. Xianxia was also seriously injured, so he simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing to heal his injuries. Days passed, and the aura of the world force became stronger. Gradually, the illusory mini-universe world solidified, and an astonishing power suddenly spread out from Senior White's body. In the mini-universe, Senior White opened his eyes, and lightning appeared in the void. He looked up to the sky and roared. The roar rolled and shook the 9 heavens. The mini-universe world flashed, and disappeared into Senior White's body. Then, a figure flashed in front of Xianxia. Senior White had crossed the distance of 50 kilometers and appeared in front of him. He looked at him with a grin. "Don't congratulate me yet. I'll treat you to a drink later. How long has it been?" 7 or 8 days, Xianxia replied. It was impossible to calculate the time carefully in the void, but it had been a long time since Senior White swallowed the origin liquid. What made Xianxia rejoice was that no other masters had passed by this place over the past few days. Otherwise, they would have been alerted. It's been 7 or 8 days. I wonder how the lady boss is doing. Senior White frowned and looked worried. Previously, he and Yang Kai had seen with their own eyes that the lady boss was being chased by 4 split-the-heavens cultivators. 2 of them were at the 6th level, and the other 2 were at the 5th level. The longer they fought, the farther they went. Although the lady boss was strong, she was injured after all. Moreover, how could she be a match for the 4 of them? Yang Kai pondered and said, "The lady boss is not a fool. How could she be entangled with those people when she knew that she was no match for them? If I were her, I would either hide in the Universal Palace or hide in the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory." Senior White nodded. "That makes sense. In that case, the Universal Palace is more likely." He didn't know what the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory was like. Yuhi clearly wanted to treat her wounds, so Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything to her. The 2 of them shuttled through the void, crossing one territory gate after another. The way the 2 of them interacted was a bit strange. In name, Yang Kai was being held hostage, but in reality, Yuhi didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, when flying, she deliberately slowed down so that he could keep up. After 6 or 7 days like this, Yuhi's wounds were more or less healed. And as early as 3 days ago, this woman had become more talkative, asking Yang Kai many things. When Yang Kai was in a good mood, he would chat with her, and when he was in a bad mood, he would ignore her. Yuhi didn't seem angry and instead smiled all day long, making Yang Kai wonder if this woman's mind was a bit twisted. In particular, the way she often looked at him was a bit strange. After passing through this territory gate, we still have to pass through 2 large territory gates before we reach our destination, Yuhi said as she flew, pointing at the territory gate in front of them. "Your home is very far away." Yang Kai followed behind her. After a few days of being together, Yang Kai's hostility toward her was not as strong. "It's okay. Let's go to the Star Market over there. I want to buy something." Yang Kai didn't say anything. He didn't have the power to make the decision, and Yuhi would go wherever she said. But this woman dared to take him to the Star Market. Was she not afraid that he would take the opportunity to escape? Yuhi seemed to know what he was thinking. She turned around and smiled. "That Star Market is an ownerless place. Fighting is prohibited. If you want to escape, you can try." Yang Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. He wondered why this woman was so bold. She didn't want to go to any other Star Market but this one. So there was this reason. After passing through the territory gate, Yuhi led Yang Kai to a Star Market. This Star Market gave Yang Kai a completely different feeling from the first inn. As soon as he entered the Star Market, he saw people fighting on the streets. It was very chaotic. Many people looked at him with malicious eyes, especially when they looked at Yuhi's graceful figure. Greed flashed in their eyes from time to time. However, they were afraid of Yuhi's powerful aura, so no one dared to cause trouble. Instead of calling this a Star Market, Yang Kai felt that it was more appropriate to call it a black market. This seemed to be a place where people who lived in the dark gathered. The Star Market was very large. It was several times larger than the Star Market managed by De Zhantian. There were also many people gathered here. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least several 100,000 people here. Following Yuhi into several stores, Yang Kai was speechless as he watched her spend money like water. This 5th stage splitting the heavens was extraordinary. The things Yuhi bought were very messy. Some were for cultivation, and some were for healing. It could be seen that Yuhi often came to this Star Market and was familiar with the shopkeepers of some of the stores. After shopping for more than half a day, they finally bought all the things they needed. Without stopping, the 2 were about to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the street, and many people looked up at the sky. With such a big movement, it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai and Yuhi not to notice. They could not help but stop and look in the direction of everyone's gazes. What he saw caused Kai Yang's brow to wrinkle. Up in the sky, a large mass of pink fog was sweeping towards him. The area covered by this fog was simply indescribable. It seemed to be able to fill his entire field of vision. Furthermore, it was moving at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3983. Yuhi looked as if she was facing a great enemy, which made Yang Kai extremely nervous. Although he didn't know what the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog was, he could guess that it was definitely not something good. Everyone in Star City was frantically retreating. Everyone was running away. Yang Kai turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Under the shroud of the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog, the cultivator who couldn't escape in time disappeared into thin air. The pink fog was like an invisible beast that swallowed all the cultivator. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't resist. Yang Kai even saw a third-stage heaven splitter who couldn't resist for a moment even after using all his strength. Not only were the cultivator like this, but even the buildings in Star City and the spirit state where Star City was located were the same. In the fog, the spirit state dissipated, and so did the buildings. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths after Yang Kai discovered the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog, more than half of Star City disappeared, including everything in it. Yuhi grabbed Yang Kai's arm and desperately fled. She was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, and her strength wasn't low. When she used her full strength, her speed was extremely fast, but even so, she couldn't escape the pursuit of the fog. Seeing that the fog was about to catch up, Yang Kai panicked. Let go! The speed of the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog was too fast. At this moment, he could only rely on teleportation to have a chance to escape. However, Yuhi had a tight grip on him, so Yang Kai couldn't use the spatial law in peace. Yuhi didn't care about him. Yang Kai didn't know about the strangeness of the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog, but she was very clear about it. Sensing Yang Kai's struggle, she silently injected a force into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body went soft, and he almost vomited blood in anger. And it was this momentary delay that caused him to lose the best opportunity to escape. The pink fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss swept over from behind, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Yang Kai's vision changed and a feeling of dizziness assaulted him. His entire body was surrounded by the pink mist and he couldn't see anything else. He couldn't even release his divine sense. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yuhi's voice entered his ears, her breath like orchids. Don't be afraid. The fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss has no killing power. You won't die. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Since it had no lethality, why were the many cultivator in Star City so terrified and uneasy when they saw the fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss? Furthermore, he had seen countless cultivators swallowed by the fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss with his own eyes. Were those people still alive? His body shuttled through the darkness as if he was falling into an endless abyss. A delicate figure pressed against him. Even though he couldn't see it, Yang Kai knew that it was Yueha. He secretly laughed in his heart. A 5th-stage heaven opening actually felt insecure? However, he was more curious at the moment. He didn't know what the fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss was, nor did he know what would happen after he was swallowed by it. However, the current feeling was not unfamiliar. It was as if he was shuttling through an unknown place. It didn't take long for the pink mist that had been wrapping around his body to dissipate. His vision suddenly became clear, and he seemed to have arrived at another world. This was definitely not the Star City just now because his vision was wide and boundless, as if he was on a plane. There were many cultivators scattered around. Obviously, they were the unlucky ones that had been swallowed by the fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss just now. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai frowned. Chapter 3985. Yuhi secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to slap Ding Yi to death, but she also knew that she didn't have the ability to do so in the great cosmological realm. Judging from Ding Yi's fight with Old Man Kong just now, Ding Yi's strength in the Emperor realm wasn't weak. It was unrealistic for her to take Ding Yi down with the strength that she could display now. Ding Yi pointed his saber and said aggressively, "Madam, you decide whether to stay or fight." He glared at him bitterly before turning to look at Yang Kai with a trace of longing in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile and was indifferent. To him, He was an enemy and not a friend. He was already being very kind by not adding insult to injury, so why would he care about her life or death? "You're on your own." A trace of disappointment flashed in Yuhi's eyes. Her figure swayed and she quickly rushed out of the star market. Ding Yi looked on coldly and had no intention of pursuing. Old Man Kong, who was a third-grade heaven splitter, could escape from the siege of everyone, so Yuhi, who was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, naturally had the same ability. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to do anything useless. He turned his head and looked deeply at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "I have a grudge with her." "That better be the case." Ding Yi snorted and turned to face the many cultivators. He shouted, "Today, I, Ding Yi, want to establish Di Tian and Di Zun as the heavens. This dilapidated star market will be my headquarters in the great cosmological realm. Anyone who is willing to join can stay and live and die with me and my brothers. We will share blessings and hardships together. If anyone is unwilling, please leave quickly. If there are still people who have nothing to do here before tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, he slashed down with his saber and a gully appeared on the ground. Yang Kai frowned. This Ding Yi seemed to be quite a character. He actually took this opportunity to raise the flag and gather people. It was a very smart decision. The opening of the great cosmological realm this time was completely different from before. There were too many people entering and it was difficult to fight alone. If they could gather some people, it would be convenient for them to do anything. However, it seemed that he wanted to occupy this dilapidated star market. This would definitely arouse the disgust of many people, especially the heaven splitters who were still hiding in the star market. But then again, if this Di Tian could be established and survive a few more tribulations, the peoples will be useful. We'll share blessings and hardships together. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Ding Yi's words fell, dozens of people began to shout, and the number of people continued to increase as their voices rose. Yang Kai was stunned. He had not been in the outside world for long. Apart from the period when he was a servant in the Kikikyo land, he had lived a relatively comfortable life on the first shelf, so he could not understand the status of the Emperor realm in the 3,000 worlds. But then he thought of Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was here, she would probably be attracted by Di Tian's ideals. With this thought, Yang Kai felt relieved. It was rare to have such a chance to make a comeback, so how could these people from the Emperor realm not grasp it? The cheers grew louder and louder. The dozens of people gradually increased to over 100, and then to several hundred. Ding Yi's face was flushed red in front of everyone's eyes. He raised the long saber in his hand and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces below in high spirits. As the saying goes, heroes only show their true colors when the sea is turbulent, and heroes emerge in troubled times. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. Although many were killed, it was only a drop in the ocean in front of the huge beast tide. The old man surnamed Kang's strength was extraordinary. The reason why he was beaten back just now was that two fists could not fight against four hands. At this moment, he opened a path with a long sword, his strength flowing freely as he moved with the sword, forcibly opening a path of survival in the midst of the beast tide. Yuhi held a red caltrip in her hand, which twisted and turned the mutant beasts into dust. Yang Kai followed behind the two heaven-opening realms, taking a leisurely stroll, as if he was strolling in a garden. Yuhi took good care of him, and not a single mutant beast could reach him. After a short while, The old man surnamed Kong shouted, "Change!" As soon as he said this, he retreated with a step, and He took the opportunity to step forward. Although the two did not discuss it, they cooperated perfectly and swapped positions. After all, the old man surnamed Kong was also a little exhausted after standing at the front for a long time. Once he exhausted his strength, he would definitely die without a complete corpse, so how could he do something that would cause him to lose out? This time, Yang Kai was no longer as leisurely. The old man surnamed Kong did not take care of Yang Kai like He did. Although he killed many of the mutant beasts attacking from all directions, there were still some that slipped through the net. Chapter 3987. His heroic figure was like a mountain peak, like a harbor that could block all storms. In this chaotic land filled with mutant beasts, he gave off an indescribable sense of security. He, who was in Qin Yu's embrace, opened her mouth slightly as she stared blankly at the back of the figure blocking her way. The figure slowly overlapped with the figure in her memories. Once, that person had also blocked in front of her like this, blocking all the incoming dangers for her. The memories buried deep in her mind surged, causing Yuhi's body to tremble slightly. Chen Yu was also dumbfounded, muttering, "Brother Yang is so powerful?" Yang Kai's thunder roar had forced Old Man Kong to dodge and severely injured Yuhi, but the same attack had been easily blocked by Yang Kai. Comparing the two events, the impact on everyone present was simply too great, making it hard to believe. Meng Hong slowly shook his head, a dumbfounded expression on his face. He didn't know whether Yang Kai was strong or not, but he knew that Yang Kai was quite bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snatched the Golden Crow's corpse in front of a group of heaven-opening realm masters in the Golden Crow Divine Palace and then miraculously allowed him to escape back to the First Inn. Yes, if he didn't have some ability, how could he have escaped the pursuit of so many heaven-opening realm masters? He had heard his martial uncle Wei Kei say that Yang Kai was very good at running, but now it seemed that not only could he run, his own strength was also extraordinary. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. The thunder roar was completely enraged when it saw Yang Kai block its attack. The horn on its forehead flashed with lightning once more, and with a crackling sound, a terrifying bolt of lightning took shape and was about to burst out. "Brother Yang, be careful," Meng Hong shouted. As soon as he said this, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared in front of the thunder roar like a ghost. His small figure formed a stark contrast with the thunder roar's massive body, but the two's auras were not inferior in the slightest. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai punched out once more, his space principles fluctuating as he ruthlessly smashed down. A single punch collapsed. A huge black hole took shape, wrapping around Thunder Roar's head. The space law raged as it shrank. The Thunder Roar shook its head and let out a painful roar. In the black hole, lightning was rampant, as if there were electric dragons swimming, fighting against the void power that could destroy all things. The black hole collapsed in an instant, and Lei Ho staggered back. His eyes, which were originally emitting a fierce light, were now crimson red. When everyone looked over, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The horn on Lei Ho's forehead had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, his huge head was full of cuts and blood was dripping. The monster beast refined its body into a secret treasure, and the power of its strong body was not much weaker than that of a secret treasure. The horn was the strongest part of Thunder Roar, and now it had disappeared. This made everyone deeply understand the horror of Yang Kai's attack. No one below the heaven-opening realm could withstand such a punch. Yuhi was dumbfounded. Only now did she understand how terrifying this young man's strength was. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up, staring at Yang Kai's movements without blinking. On the other side, Old Man Kong was beheading the monster beasts that had gathered around while paying attention to the situation here. He had a complicated look on his face as he thought to himself, is this the foundation of a disciple from a great force? For someone like him, who had worked hard all his life but could only reach the third-grade heaven-opening realm, he simply could not imagine where such power came from. Meng Hong sensed the shock in her words and hurriedly opened his eyes. The next moment, he was also dumbfounded, his eyes trembling. How could a person block the impact of a strange beast? How terrifying was his strength? Looking around, Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was being pushed back by thunder roar, he had really managed to block it. 3 breaths later, Yang Kai's retreating figure came to a halt, and with a burst of strength from his feet, he actually managed to force thunder roar back a step. This scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, making them feel even more incredulous. What happened next was even more shocking. Yang Kai roared, "Rise!" Grabbing Thunder Roar's massive head with both hands, Yang Kai threw it high into the air. Thunder Roar's massive body bared its fangs and brandished its claws mid-air, a comical sight to behold, but no one who saw this scene laughed, feeling that what they had seen today had overturned everything they knew. With a swish, Yang Kai also soared into the sky, heading straight for Thunder Roar. Midair, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the void, summoning the blue dragon spear. Brandishing the spear, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, and with a loud dragon roar, the spear shot out like a soaring blue dragon. Thunder Roar's crimson eyes were filled with fear. This spear pierced through Thunder Roar's soft abdomen, and Yang Kai rushed in with his spear, emerging from Thunder Roar's back, leaving behind a cloud of blood. Yang Kai's figure shot out like an arrow, and Thunder Roar's massive body exploded mid-air, sending a rain of blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. A monster core flashing with lightning entered Yang Kai's eyes, exuding a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then turned his head and met the shocked eyes of Old Man Kong. Coldly snorting, Yang Kai slowly descended. Meng Hong and the others stared at him in shock. Compared to Yang Kai's heroic display of killing Thunder Roar with his spear, what shocked them even more was that Yang Kai had blocked Thunder Roar's attack head-on with his own physical strength. After all, Yang Kai's final spear attack had targeted Thunder Roar's abdomen. Although he had killed such a fierce beast in one shot, it was still a bit of a trick. It was not as shocking as fighting head-on with an ancient descendant. Yuhi obviously breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, and Meng Hong's face was full of admiration. "Let's go!" Yang Kai did not say much, calling out to everyone and taking the lead. Originally, the 2 heaven splitters were in the lead, but Old Man Kong had abandoned them at the critical moment, causing Yuhi to be seriously injured. Now, Yang Kai had no choice but to take the lead. To his surprise, as they moved forward, the mutant beasts actually took the initiative to part to the sides, ignoring them and only attacking the cultivator at the back. Meng Hong said excitedly, "These beasts also know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that Brother Yang killing Thunder Roar has made them feel apprehensive." Yang Kai did not comment, looking thoughtfully at the black dragon spear in his hand. Meng Hong's words might make some sense. After all monster beasts had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. However, Yang Kai felt that the black dragon spear might be the root of these mutant beasts' apprehension. The black dragon spear was filled with dragon's might, so how could these mutant beasts dare to challenge the might of a dragon? However, no matter what, it had saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing this group of people leisurely strolling through the battlefield where thousands of beasts were galloping forward, the cultivators who had scattered like birds and beasts before were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have run away no matter what. The sword Qi shattered, and the spear pressed forward, imprinting itself in front of Old Man Kong. It was like a giant dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail, wanting to swallow him whole. Old Man Kong cried out in alarm and formed a hand seal. The sword in his hand trembled, instantly filling the sky with sword images. These sword images seemed both real and fake, and it was impossible to tell which was real. Each sword trembled slightly, and their sword intent soared into the sky as they pointed at Yang Kai. "Go!" Old Man Kong shouted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword images in the sky turned into a rain of swords that bombarded Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Seeing the power of this move, everyone present paled. Yueha involuntarily clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes staring straight ahead. She asked herself, in the face of such a terrifying attack, with the strength she could display at this moment, there was no way she could deal with it except by dodging. What would happen to Yang Kai after being struck by these countless sword images? Meng Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. AI, that little brother was too careless. After all, Old Man Kong is a third-grade splitting the heavens cultivator, so how could he not have some trump cards? Someone sighed. When I saw his divine might just now, I thought he was a peerless genius, but now it seems the heavens are jealous. Someone else sneered, genius? Only those who can mature are true geniuses. In the 3,000 worlds, how many geniuses have fallen in the growth stage? Back then, Lan Tingyu was a shocking genius, someone who had the opportunity to directly become a high-grade splitting the heavens cultivator. Who in the 3,000 worlds didn't know about him? In the end, didn't he still die? This friend's words are reasonable. Someone agreed. A killing intent suddenly overflowed. Yueha, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, coldly turned her head and looked at the people who had spoken. If you don't want to die, shut up. The people who had spoken felt the cold killing intent and immediately fell silent. Cough. Not far away, Old Man Kong coughed lightly, his mouth overflowing. That attack just now had clearly consumed a lot of his energy. Looking at the place where the sword intent was wreaking havoc, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Although you're not bad, you lack respect for the strong. Even if you don't die today, you won't live for long. Remember this principle in your next life. Is that so? Inside the sword domain, a figure rushed out and arrived in front of Old Man Kong in the blink of an eye, staring at him coldly as he said, "Do you only know how to talk big? You're still a third-grade splitting the heavens cultivator, don't disappoint me." Old Man Kong was shocked and couldn't help retreating. Looking around, if the person who had rushed in front of him wasn't Yang Kai, who else could it be? What shocked him and puzzled him was that Yang Kai had no fatal wounds on his body at this moment except for some small wounds. How was this possible? That blow just now was the strongest he could muster. Knowing that Yang Kai was strong, how could he dare hold back? He had thought that under such a blow, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured, but who would have thought that it would only cause him minor injuries? Shocked, Old Man Kong instinctively raised his hand and thrust out his sword. With a clang, the long spear swept out and the two artifacts collided. Old Man Kong suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the front, passing through the long sword in his hand and into his body. Old Man Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy's strength is terrifying, no wonder he can wrestle with Thunder Roar. As soon as this thought appeared in Old Man Kang's mind, his body flew out uncontrollably. A secret treasure of the dragon was simply a taboo existence in the 3,000 worlds. As Elder Kong said before his death, if this matter was known to the dragon race, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to survive. But then again, how rare was a secret treasure of the dragon? In this great cosmological realm, ancient remnants came out in large numbers. If one had a secret treasure of the dragon in hand, it could often have a deterrent effect and avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Kai had the power to kill a third-stage heaven splitter. At this time, even if some people were clever, they didn't dare to have any ideas about him. After seeing his battle with Elder Kong with their own eyes, Who could guarantee that they were his opponent? They didn't want to get into trouble before they could eat the lamb. After a long while, Yang Kai calmed down the emotions in his heart. He put away the black dragon spear and went to Elder Kang's body to search. After taking his space ring, he called out to Meng Hong and the others, "Let's go." It was not advisable to stay in this dangerous place for long. Who knew if there would be other strange beasts attacking? How could the people of the Great Moon State have any objections? After seeing Yang Kai's combat strength with their own eyes, they naturally felt safer following him at this time. However, after taking a few steps, Yang Kai turned back again and said, "Why are you following me?" He only asked the people of the Great Moon State to follow him, but he didn't expect the dozens of cultivators who had rushed out with him to follow him. A young man who looked like a little fatty walked out with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, we have all fought side by side and can be considered to have gone through life and death together. Moreover, the great cosmological realm is full of dangers, so it's easier to do things with more people. We have seen Brother's power and are willing to follow Brother's lead and listen to your orders. We only hope to leave this great cosmological realm safely." The group of people next to him nodded in agreement. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need, you can go wherever you want, just don't follow me." After saying that, he ignored them and went straight ahead. Brother, we..." The little fatty shouted and hurried to chase after him. Yang Kai turned around and the black dragon spear suddenly appeared, pressing it against the little fatty's chest. His eyes were cold. "If you dare to talk endlessly, don't blame my spear for being merciless." The little fatty immediately froze in place, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temples. The corner of his mouth twitched as he raised his hand and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely." Yang Kai stared deeply at him, snorted coldly, put away his spear and turned around. Watching Yang Kai and the others leave, the little fatty sighed as if he had missed a great opportunity. Some people were indignant and felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since he didn't want to be followed, they couldn't be thick-skinned and chase after him. They looked at each other for a while before dispersing. Yang Kai led the group from Great Moon Province for 300 kilometers and inadvertently entered a mountain valley that was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The valley was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers blooming everywhere. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses competing with each other for beauty. As soon as they stepped into this place, everyone couldn't help but have an illusion that they had stepped into a divine realm. Several women's eyes lit up as they looked around. Yang Kai looked around, then turned his head and said, "Let's rest here for a while. Brother Meng, you and I will split up to investigate the situation here and see if there are any hidden dangers." But Meng Hong nodded. After some searching, they found that the valley was not big, only a few dozen acres in size. There were no powerful fierce beasts living here, so everyone was relieved. They were suddenly swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological realm and were attacked by a beast tide before they could catch their breath. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Star City, and no one knew how many could escape in the end. No wonder Yue has said before that the great cosmological realm was both a treasure trove and a dangerous place. The previous expedition had exhausted everyone. Now that they had survived the disaster, they felt tired and found a place to recuperate. Yang Kai sat cross-legged under a tree, spread his hands in front of him, and looked at his palms thoughtfully. Although he had not been in the great cosmological realm for long, it had been 1 or 2 years. Although he had occasionally seen the battles of the Emperor realm outside this universe, he had not seen as much as he did today. This allowed him to discover something he had not seen before. Those from the Emperor realm who had condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements seemed to be able to activate these different attributes in battle, thereby increasing their combat strength. He suddenly remembered that Old White had activated it once in the Fengyun auction house, but it was quickly suppressed by Old Manu, so he did not pay much attention to it at that time. Just now, when he was fighting with Old Man Kong, that old man had done the same thing. The power in the Dao seal should be able to be activated. The sound of footsteps came, and a fragrant wind blew in his face. Then, a soft body sat down next to him. Yang Kai's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai could not help but frown. What are you doing? This woman's smile was a little sneaky, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai was vigilant, but he was not afraid of her in the great cosmological realm. Yuhi hugged her knees with both hands and bent her slender legs. She rested one side of her face on her knees, like a young girl who was ignorant of the world and looking forward to the future. Why did you kill that old man? Why do you ask so many questions? I killed him because I didn't like him. Yang Kai said impatiently. Because he hurt me? Don't flatter yourself. Yang Kai could not be bothered to pay attention to her. Yuhi did not give up. She moved her head closer and exhaled. It's because of that, right? Otherwise, why did you kill him? Why are you in heat? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Although this was indeed part of the reason, how could Yang Kai admit it? At that time, when Old Man Kong escaped from Thunder Roar, Yuhi could have avoided it, but she did not and chose to take it head-on. Stroking her hair behind her ear, she said, I know there are some misunderstandings between us, and you won't believe me too much, but I definitely won't harm you. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, there was once a person with shocking talent who suppressed all heroes. That person was like you, condensing the strength of the 7th grade. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, under the heaven-opening realm, he was invincible. Even if it was a low-grade heaven-opening realm, he could still fight evenly, but in the end, he died. How did he die? Yang Kai frowned. A trace of sadness flashed through Yuhi's eyes. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. And that Lan Yura, did you know that she also had a chance to advance to the 7th grade heaven-opening realm? I heard a little. Then do you know why she only reached the 6th grade? Yuhi sneered. Yang Kai shook his head. I haven't heard of that. Because if she wanted to advance to the 7th grade, she would have to die. That's why she advanced to the 6th grade and saved her dog life. Yuhi's tone was cold. Yang Kai said unhappily, Lady Boss has done me a great favor. Watch your mouth. Yuhi said coldly, if she really wanted you, she wouldn't have let you condense the strength of the 7th grade. She's harming you. What happened back then? What happened back then? As she spoke, the woman's eyes were wet, and her voice was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He could only see that she and Lady Boss didn't seem to get along well. There should be some grudges between them in the early years. After a while, Yuhi wiped the corners of her eyes and said desolately, Anyway, remember, try not to let others know about your background. And that dragon's secret treasure, it's best not to use it again. Otherwise, when you walk out of the great cosmological realm, there will be endless troubles. Finished speaking, she turned and left, her back bleak. Looking at her figure, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. In fact, even without Yuhi's special reminder, he knew how to hide himself. It was just that Yuhi made it sound so serious, so it seemed that he really had to be more careful in the future. As for the dragon's secret treasure, the black dragon spear, Yang Kai couldn't wait for the dragon race to come find him. He had no one to rely on outside this universe, so it would be good if he could get in touch with the dragon race. After Yuhi left, Yang Kai tried to stimulate his space force, wanting to see if he could tear through space and escape from the great cosmological realm. According to Yuhi, he would have to stay here for at least 10 years, or even 100 years, but if he could tear through space and escape, there was no need to stay here anymore. Moreover, Yang Kai had such an experience before, so this was not strange to him. However, after some attempts, Yang Kai found that the world principles of the great cosmological realm were extremely condensed. With his current mastery of the space principles, he was unable to shake the world principles in the slightest. This made Yang Kai a little frustrated. It seemed that he could only find another way or wait here for the time limit to run out. Brother Yang. A sweet voice entered Yang Kai's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Chin Yu standing in front of him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. As their eyes met, Qinyu blushed slightly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "What's the matter?" Qinyu said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to thank Brother Yang. If it weren't for Brother Yang just now, I'm afraid I would have died over there." Yang Kai said, "It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Qinyu said, "To brother, it may be just a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace." Junior sister has no way to repay you, but if brother has any instructions in the future, you will do her best. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You're too serious. Brother Meng and I are old acquaintances. Since you are his friend, you are also my friend. It's only right that we help each other." Qinyu asked, "Brother, how did Brother Meng and Brother Meng meet? Why haven't I heard Brother Meng mention it before?" Her eyes were bright, like a curious baby. "If junior sister wants to know, you might as well ask Brother Meng. He will tell you." Yang Kai pointed to the side. Qinyu turned her head and saw Meng Hong walking over. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she still greeted him with a smile. When Meng Hong came to her side, she said, "I came to thank Brother Yang." Meng Hong nodded, "It's only right. However, junior sister, you are injured and shouldn't walk around. You should treat your injuries first." Qinyu obediently said, "Then you two talk." Chapter 3992. Enraged, he turned around and began to kick and punch Yang Kai. He didn't use much strength, which made it seem like they were flirting. Ding Yi's face darkened. "You dare to play with me?" He waved his hand and roared, "Kill the man, but leave the woman alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man had already slashed down with his blade. The blade was surrounded by a faint golden light, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if this blade could cut through any obstacle in front of it. Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he was paying attention, he knew that the bald man had probably activated the metal element power in his seal. He reached out and pulled Yuhi behind him. He raised his hand and pressed forward. His palm was scorching hot. He had activated the fire element power in his body. Yang Kai also wanted to try this method of fighting. Yang Kai's jade-like palm passed through the sharp blade wave and pressed down towards the bald man's chest. This bald man was also a ruthless man. Seeing this, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, the sharp metal attribute energy on his long blade became even more intense. Obviously, he wanted to exchange wounds with Yang Kai, a ferocious grin appearing on his face. With a clang, Yang Kai's body trembled slightly. The long blade had struck his chest, and his clothes were instantly cut open. The bald man was also sent flying. In this exchange, no one had the upper hand. Yuhi was shocked. She quickly came over and touched Yang Kai's chest. Are you okay?" She lifted his torn clothes and saw that there was a white mark on Yang Kai's chest. It had only slightly damaged his skin, and there wasn't even any blood. Yuhi was stunned. Although the bald man hadn't used his full strength, it was definitely not something that someone from the Emperor realm could block with their body. However, Yang Kai was completely fine. Was he still human? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his chest. "A piece of trash wants to hurt me? Go cultivate for another few hundred years." Yuhi stared at him in a daze, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Qinyu also had a look of worship on her face. She was also from the Emperor realm, but she didn't dare to take that kind of attack head-on. "Interesting." The burly bald-headed man stopped in his tracks and grinned fiercely as he pointed his saber at Yang Kai. "Boy, I hope you can still be so stubborn, don't." While speaking, the burly bald-headed man's face suddenly flushed red, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to have been boiled, exuding a scorching aura. Ding exclaimed, What's wrong with you? The bald man didn't have the time to answer this question. Blood bubbled out of his mouth, and his whole body quickly turned red, like a cooked lobster. In a short span of 10 breaths, the bald man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell straight to the ground, completely devoid of life. He had died just like that. The whole place was silent. The surrounding cultivators looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. After all, from beginning to end, Xianxia had only used a single palm, but the might of that palm had actually taken the bald man's life. They didn't think they were much stronger than the bald man, so if they had encountered such a situation, wouldn't they have undoubtedly died? Xianxia seemed to be an outsider, looking at the bald man's corpse with a pensive expression. This person's death reminded him of some things on the Sunstar. The low-grade heaven splitters had also been burned by the Golden Crow primordial flames. The Golden Crow primordial flames were extremely ferocious, and even those heaven splitters hadn't been able to last long before dying, let alone a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm. Without a way to neutralize the Golden Crow primordial flames that had invaded his body, only death awaited him. Fortunately, he had the wood element energy condensed from the immortal tree, or else he wouldn't have been able to suppress the Golden Crow primordial flames within the seal. This was the fire element energy of the 7th stage. Yue looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. With the fire element energy of the 7th stage, who in the Emperor realm could be his match in a one-on-one battle? You're courting death. Ding Yi was furious at the tragic death of his subordinate. He waved his hand and said, "Kill him." After saying this, he took the lead and charged at Xianxia. Although the others were afraid of Xianxia's methods, they had the advantage in numbers. Even Ding Yi, the leader, had gone up, so how could they fall behind? In an instant, the light of secret techniques and secret treasures shone brightly, rumbling as they attacked Xianxia. "Take care of them." Xianxia transmitted his voice to Yue. His figure flashed, and he charged into the crowd. His powerful physical body was enough to offset a large portion of the damage, and the activation of the space element energy made his figure as ethereal as a ghost. Without using any other methods, Xianxia's palms flew, and he sent out palm after palm strike. Many people didn't even see Xianxia's figure before they were hit by the palm strikes. Then, a scorching power rampaged in their bodies, burning everything wantonly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that scorching power. Clouds of scorching blood sprayed out, and the cultivator fell to the ground one by one, unable to get up. A pair of palms made Tion and the others tremble in fear. Ding Yi's eyes were about to split open, and his heart couldn't help but bleed. Tion had recruited more than 1,000 people, and dying a few wouldn't hurt his foundation. However, Xianxia's actions were extremely damaging to the morale of the people. If he couldn't take down Xianxia today, how could he convince the people in the future? He gritted his teeth and turned to look in the direction of Yue and the others. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." With a whoosh, more than 100 people instantly gathered around him, and they rushed toward Yue and the others. They couldn't defeat Xianxia, but could they not do anything to these people? As long as they captured these people, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Meng Hong's face was slightly pale, and he gripped the secret artifact in his hand tightly. Chen Yu was also trembling in fear. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people rushed to a distance of 300 feet. Ding Yi raised his arm and said, "Capture them alive." Yue didn't panic, and she looked at Ding Yi and the others with a cold smile. She raised her hand and summoned a secret artifact that looked like a small flower umbrella. The umbrella opened up, and with a spin, transparent thin silk immediately hung down from the umbrella. This was a defensive secret artifact. Although it didn't look big, it could envelop everyone. Yue couldn't use her full strength now, so the power of this secret artifact was naturally greatly reduced. With more than 100 people rushing over, it wouldn't be long before its defense was broken. At that time, apart from Yue, who had some ability to protect herself, the people of Great Moon Province would have no choice but to leave their lives to the heavens. Xianxia took a moment to glance at Yue and the others, and after forcing them back with a few palms, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yueha, grinning at Ding Yi and sending out a palm strike. Ding Yi's soul almost left his body. Having seen so many of his subordinates die with his own eyes, how could he not know the terror of Yang Kai's palms? His rushing figure suddenly came to a halt, and he quickly retreated. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was like a shadow, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Ding Yi's mouth was full of bitterness. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. It was not easy for him to kill his way out of the beast tide and gather a large number of people. It was the time when he was in high spirits. How could he think of provoking such a freak? He secretly made up his mind that if he could escape this time, he would avoid this young man as far as possible when he saw him in the future. Seeing that the palm was rapidly approaching him, Ding Yi could even feel the scorching power contained in that palm, and he screamed in his heart, "I'm going to die." At this moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, making everyone unable to stand steadily. In the next moment, a huge body suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. The body was several feet thick, and it was pitch black. It didn't have any facial features, but there was a huge mouth part at the front of the body. The mouth part squirmed endlessly, like a rotating millstone, and emitted a terrifying devouring power. A few of Di Tian's cultivator were caught off guard and were directly swallowed by the mouth part, and they disappeared in an instant. Earth Dragon? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the strange beast that suddenly emerged from the ground with a surprised expression. When he came here, he had carefully checked the valley and didn't find anything unusual. He didn't know where the Earth Dragon was hiding, but he didn't notice it. He was afraid that the battle here had disturbed it, or it wouldn't have come out at this time. Furthermore, judging from the might of this Earth Dragon, its strength was probably not inferior to the thunder roar from before. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Earth Dragon's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was an Earth Dragon that was about 300 feet long, and every time it rolled, its huge mouth part would be able to swallow several cultivator into its stomach. On the other hand, the attacks of the cultivator didn't hurt it at all. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a few cultivators slashed down with their secret treasures, but they were all slid away by the Earth Dragon's body. They were already in a complete mess because of Yang Kai, and now that such a strange beast had appeared, how could Di Tian and the others still have the mood to stay? Seeing this, Ding Yi could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai before rushing out of the mountain valley. Since the appearance of the Earth Dragon, Di Tian and the others had all run away in less than 30 breaths. If they were given enough time to prepare, they might be able to kill this Earth Dragon, but Yang Kai was still massacring here. How could they cooperate? The Earth Dragon was still rolling, and a few cultivator that were slower to escape were directly swallowed by the Earth Dragon. Di Tian and the others fled, but the Earth Dragon turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai. Chapter 3993. A single thought was enough to summon an Earth Dragon. Just how powerful was that? But how did he do it? Meng Hong and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Yu He couldn't figure out what was going on. If this were a proper battle, Yang Kai could easily defeat or kill it. Yu He and the others wouldn't find it difficult to accept, but what they saw left them a little confused. What was this Earth Dragon afraid of? Or did Yang Kai have something that this Earth Dragon was afraid of? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Earth Dragon froze in place for a while before slowly crawling to Yang Kai's feet, its huge squirming mouth tightly closed. Although no words were spoken, everyone understood what was going on. This Earth Dragon was actually expressing its submission to Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked again. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on the Earth Dragon's huge head, grinning. At least you know what's good for you. If it were any other strange beast, there really would be no other choice but to fight, but this Earth Dragon more or less carried some of the dragon race's bloodline. Although it was very messy and thin, as long as it carried the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be affected by the bloodline's restrictions. Others couldn't sense the golden divine dragon source strength in Yang Kai's body, But how could this earth dragon not? With just a little urging, how could this earth dragon dare act presumptuously? Since your cultivation isn't easy, I won't kill you today. Hurry up and live. Xianxia shouted. The earth dragon seemed to be able to understand, or perhaps it could sense the meaning behind Xianxia's words, slowly straightening its body, turning around, and slowly galloping in a certain direction. Wherever it passed, a large amount of mucus would appear on the ground, making for a disgusting sight. However, it hadn't gone far when it suddenly turned around and returned to Xianxia, releasing some obscure divine sense fluctuations. At the same time, its head bobbed up and down, trying to express something. Yuhi asked curiously, "What is it trying to say?" Xianxia frowned and listened for a long time before he said with a strange expression, "It seems like it wants to take me somewhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth dragon lowered its head and directly placed the Xianxia on its head. Then, without caring about anything else, it turned around and flew in a certain direction. Its 300 feet long body slid across the ground, making a rumbling sound. "Where is it taking you?" Yuhi's figure flashed and arrived beside Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know." Although the earth dragon had some spiritual intelligence, it obviously had not cultivated to perfection. It could not express itself clearly, and its telepathic thoughts were also obscure. Xianxia was confused, but he knew that the place was very important. Swish, 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 several people from the Great Moon Prefecture also flew over and landed on the earth dragon's back. The back of this strange beast was not spacious, but it was very long, so it didn't matter if several people stood on it. The only thing that made the two women repulsed was that the earth dragon had a strange smell, and its body was covered with mucus. They had to be careful, otherwise they would be contaminated. If that really happened, they couldn't accept it. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well go with it. Maybe there is something good, Xianxia said. Meng Hong nodded and said, "Brother Yang, you can make the decision." With such a strange beast under their control, everyone felt a great sense of security. At this time, they naturally followed Xianxia wherever he went. Chapter 3994. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding scenery quickly receded as the earth dragon led the group into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yuhi glanced back and nudged Xianxia with her elbow. "Those people are following us." Xianxia nodded with an indifferent expression. He only gazed deeply into the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. After arriving here, he was more and more certain that the dragon aura he felt before was not emitted by the Scarlet Fire Dragon. Firstly, the dragon aura emitted by a dragon-type beast could not be so pure. Secondly, the dragon aura was spread over a wide area, as if it covered the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, it was hidden very deeply. Those who did not possess the dragon vein would not be able to detect it. The emotions of the earth dragon under his feet had clearly become excited. It had a sense of urgency like a wanderer returning home. As the earth dragon continued to approach, an extremely fierce aura erupted from the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them, filled with malice and rejection. Surprisingly, the Scarlet Fire Dragon hiding in Crouching Dragon Mountain had sensed it. The earth dragon Silk was not afraid at all. Its 300 feet long body twisted and turned, and its speed became much faster. Its mouth part also wriggled, scattering large amounts of corrosive mucus, watering holes in the ground along the way. A dragon-like roar came from the front, containing a warning. Even the air became scorching hot. The earth dragon paused slightly, as if it was afraid. Under Xianxia's urging, it continued to move as fast as it could. This completely enraged the Scarlet Fire Dragon. A cloud of fire burned in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge creature approached from that side. From afar, before they could clearly see the appearance of the Scarlet Fire Dragon, they could already feel its fierce aura. The people from Great Moon Prefecture were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Yuhi was slightly nervous. She could not use her full strength now. If she really encountered any danger, she could only protect herself and could not take care of others. Turning her head to look at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was absent-minded. She did not know what he was thinking, so she could not help but feel angry. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He seemed to have discovered something. Then, his expression changed and he said in surprise, "Dragon blood flower?" As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. It took only a moment for him to return to his original place. However, there was a red flower in his hand. The red flower bloomed, tender and beautiful, as if it was made from fresh blood. Although it was just a flower, it gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. And it's the best. Yang Kai was shocked. Dragon blood flower? Yuhi also came over and said in surprise, "There's actually dragon blood flower here?" As a fifth stage heaven splitter, it was naturally impossible for her not to recognize something like a dragon blood flower. However, even though her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, her research on dragon blood flowers was not as thorough as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai remained silent. He had once plundered almost all the dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, but at that time, the dragon blood flowers he obtained were mostly mid and low grade. There were not even many high-grade ones, and as for the best quality, there were only 2 of them. However, in this Crouching Dragon Mountain, the first dragon blood flower he found was actually a top-quality one. "Brother Yang, there's more over there." Meng Hong suddenly pointed in a direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze and his eyes could not help narrowing. On a slope there was indeed a dragon blood flower in full bloom. They just happened to be gathered in one place, so although they had suffered a loss this time, as long as he could gather all of Thunderlight's sects members together, they might not necessarily need to fear Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I hope we can get along just as well next time." Bi Jian put on a fake smile. "Definitely." Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Bi Jian turned around and left. Thunderlight sects members put down the treasures they harvested from Crouching Dragon Mountain one after another and quickly left. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Thunderlight sect's 100 people had all left. Only then did Yang Kai step forward and collect the dragon blood flowers and the other precious treasures. During the entire process, the earth dragon's squirming mouth kept dripping, looking like it was hungry. Chen Yu and He felt their scalps go numb, fearing that this brainless beast would not be able to restrain itself and swallow Yang Kai. On the contrary, the Scarlet Fire WRM's crimson eyes revealed a human-like expression of distress. Just from this point alone, the Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was much higher than the Earth Dragon's. "Don't feel bad, I'll give you something better later." Yang Kai raised his hand and patted the Scarlet Fire WRM's head. The Scarlet Fire WM laid its head on the ground, looking very dejected. "What's going on?" Yuhi stepped forward and asked with a frown. "What do you mean what's going on?" Yang Kai did not raise his head. "Don't play dumb." He glared at him. "What's going on with this Scarlet Fire W?" Yang Kai casually said, "It must have been conquered by my charm again." He gritted her teeth. "Do you know that sometimes I really want to beat you up?" Yang Kai ignored her and said, "I'm going into the mountains. You all stay here and don't run around. I'll come out in 3 to 5 days if I'm short and half a month if I'm long. Little Red and Little Black will protect your safety." "Little Red? Little Black?" He was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Yang Kai should be talking about the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire W. She could not help but be speechless. These 2 majestic beasts were actually given such casual names. Yang Kai left as soon as he said he was going. After giving his instructions, he leaped into the mountains and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Yu-He standing in the same place and angrily staring in the direction he left. Chen Yu tightened her clothes and approached. Sister Yu-He, if Brother Yang isn't here, they won't go berserk and eat us, right? As she spoke, she looked at the earth dragon and scarlet fire WM with a worried expression. Yu-He said unhappily, "You're so soft and tender. If they want to eat you, they'll eat you first." Chen Yu's face turned pale. Inside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. When the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM were fighting, he had communicated with the Scarlet Fire WM with his divine sense. After walking for half a day and buying almost all the medicinal herbs in this place, Yang Kai led everyone to find an inn to stay in. He wanted to book 6 rooms, but there was a shortage of rooms in this place. In the end, he could only book 3 rooms. He definitely wanted a room alone. After all, he needed to refine pills for a long time and could not be disturbed. Yu-He and the other women shared a room, leaving Meng Hong and the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Province to share a room. After the arrangements were made, everyone returned to their rooms. Before parting ways, Yang Kai gave all his remaining heaven-opening pills to Meng Hong and told him to walk around the Star City if he had time. If he encountered any medicinal herbs he needed, he could buy them all as long as the price was not too expensive. Meng Hong naturally agreed. After all, this wasn't a difficult task. As for the herbs Kai Yang needed, he had followed him all the way here, so he had memorized all of them. The following days were calm. Yang Kai hid in his room, set up layers of restrictions, and concentrated on refining pills. Day after day, there were several furnaces of dragon blood pills every day. While refining, he did not stay idle. From time to time, he swallowed dragon blood pills to improve his bloodline. Even Little Black and Little Red, who were kept in the Rui pouch, benefited a lot. Every 78 days or so, Meng Hong would come over and send the purchased medicinal herbs to Yang Kai so that he could continue to refine pills. Only at this time would Yang Kai stop and rest for a while. He also chatted casually with Meng Hong to learn about the situation outside. From Meng Hong, Yang Kai learned that Star City was well managed by Crimson Star. Many people knew that there was such a place in the great cosmological realm. Not only were there many cultivator gatherings, but it was also very safe. Therefore, in recent days, almost every day, there would be people coming and joining. The most direct manifestation of this was that the price of the rooms in the inn was increasing. In less than a month, the price of a room had increased 3 times. Now, the price of a room was more than twice as expensive as when they first checked in, but it was still full every day. Crimson Star's influence was growing larger and larger. Many people wanted to join, but there was no way to do so. Because Star City was located in the misty forest, the surrounding materials were abundant. No matter which direction one went after leaving Star City, they would be able to harvest something if they were lucky. It was said that some people had already obtained 5th grade and 6th grade heaven-opening materials here. As for 4th grade heaven-opening materials, they were endless. For any cultivator in the Emperor realm, this was a huge temptation. Compared to other gains, whether it was pills or heavenly treasures, They were not as practical as those heaven-opening materials. What the Emperor realm needed the most were these heaven-opening materials.